What's happening? Welcome to another edition of PWT Live Show Saturday nights. Yeah. I am the infallible Phil Marks, your eclectic host, and with me tonight, Hairline the Heater. Everyone, round of applause for Hairline the Heater.
Act like look.
Paul Nolan may tune in. You guys know. People might tune in. People might not. You already know. Yeah, and we are watching UFC 300, and we are reacting to that. If you guys are into MMA, if not, we're gonna talk pro wrestling too. We of course got Phil Marks's bookmarks. We got Dave being dumb, of course. How do we do a show without it? You just hate on Dave. Of course I do. And we have we got Kenny Omega making some statements that I try to tell people, because that's the thing. Phil Marks for a reason, dude. I be watching these fucking interviews. Like I watch all these podcasts. I listen to everything, I got my ears on everything. And so when literally Kenny Omega parroting what I said, like when Brawl Out happened. Like, no, Kenny's cool. The Bucks are kind of whack. Kenny's okay with people getting in fights if it means, like he understands man shit. So we're going to get into that because he comments on it. He basically sides with Punk almost.
So Kenny listens to the pod.
Yeah, exactly. And then what else do we got? We got an update on the Tate twins. We got, I don't know. We got all sorts of stuff. So if you're just tuning in, make sure you hit that like. Thank you all here for being here on the Wednesday night live stream, PWT Live Show. There was over 1,000 of you guys in here at the peak. 12,500 actually unique people tuned in throughout the show. We reached 12,000 people. Thank you so much, PWT listeners. That's because you guys. I can only do so much. I can only make the algorithm. I can only work the algorithm in my favor as much as I can. I can only be as good of a host as I can be. I can only have the best guests and partners to come on and talk, and I can only do so much. The rest is in your guys' hands. Fucking, spreading the show around and showing so much love and tweeting and Xing and all that stuff. Appreciate you all so much. And shout out the 12,000 people and then all the thousands of people who listen to the replay when we re-uploaded it. Thank you so much. That it just all really, really, really means a lot. And we're far beyond where I thought we'd be at this point. So UFC 300, we're into the second fight. The first fight was two former champions, the former flyweight champion at 125 pounds and the former bantamweight champion at 135 pounds. Davison Figueiredo and Cody Garbrandt threw down, and it ended in a submission on the ground. The second fight, we're at the end of round one. It is Bobby Green versus Jim Miller at 155 pounds. If you guys are betting men like myself, put money on Jim Miller to win this via submission of some sort or decision, okay? Guys, welcome. Hairline, how are you? Oh, yeah, hit the like, hit the subscribe at Pro Wrestle Clips. The Clips channel's blowing up at Pro Wrestle Times, at Pro Wrestle Times on X. You guys already know. Below, you guys see all the links and all that, and you see the little ticker there, all that stuff. Hairline, how are you doing, man? How has your day been? How's your week been? What's going on? How are you enjoying wrestling? What are you up to tonight?
Man, before anything, I just want to say shout out to the YouTube members. And also, if you're interested in becoming a YouTube member, can you tell us more on how that works?
Yeah. So there's a link below. You see it'll say like PWT memberships or YouTube memberships just in the description. You click that, it's fucking 99 cents. You become a member, and there are going to be member shows where I don't know how, but you guys are going to get to call in. If you're a member, you can call in. You can tell us we fucking suck. You can tell us you love the show. You can agree. You can you guys already know how we get down. And yeah, so those will come soon too as well. I said when we hit 100 members, I don't think we're at 100 members yet. So once I hit that landmark, we will get into doing a show with the members. And oh my God, before Hairline, we want to hear about what Hairline has going on, but before we do, we have a $10 super chat from Kyle Mulkey that we have to get to. Kyle Mulkey puts $10 down and says, hot take, Vince McMahon losing all control of WWE is the worst thing that could have happened to AEW. Tony can't compete with AEW on a business and creative level. Kyle Mulkey, you absolutely are correct. Vince McMahon losing control of WWE is without a shadow of a doubt the worst thing that could have ever happened to AEW. Because now the creative is in the right hands. Now it's going in the direction of the fans mixed with just Triple H as a mark like us. You guys got to remember, like, the Click's whole thing was, we got to change the business for the better, for the boys. Now, in order to do that, they had to get a little selfish. It's just like in MMA, right? Oh, like, fighters need to unionize, and if fighters don't get a little selfish, then they don't have the proper platform to then leave an impression for everyone else, you know. And even though it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. If you want to take it to football, maybe Colin Kaepernick, if I don't know, I was, you know, he made a change is what it is. He did something, and he at least brought awareness to people. Now, whether it turned people off, whether it backfired, blah 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 blah. In order to shake things up, sometimes you got to take things into your own hands.
Right.
You know, CM Punk, for instance, when he goes a little, or The Rock, when he goes a little long on the promos, is that a little selfish? Does Chelsea Green's match get cut a few minutes? Yeah, but it's for the better of everyone else. And that's what it is with the Click. That was their whole thing. Shawn Michaels, Triple H, even Diesel, Razor Ramon. They were like, dude, we need to sort of it's going into business for yourself a little bit, but it's for the betterment of everyone else, you know. And the people who don't see that are usually the ones who get left behind, you know what I mean? It's not about being an asshole to everyone on the way, and Vince clearly harmed some people on the way as well, but him going out the door, Triple H is one of us, man, in the real way, in the way that when AEW was a thing and everyone's like, oh, Tony Khan, this billionaire, he's got $1 billion and he's one of us. And that's what we all thought. Oh yeah, sports based. Okay. Triple H just got that. He just got handed the $1 billion conglomerate pro wrestling corporation, and he's one of us. You know, he had to go be one of them for years, for 30 years to get to where he is now. But because of that, he's in the position to be one of us, to where he's going to listen to the fans. He's also going to go with what he knows is best. So don't worry about that. Like, we're not worried about him not having a backbone. We're not worried about if a fight breaks out, Triple H isn't going to be trying to stop the soda water from getting spilled. He's going to be in the middle. He's going to make sure nobody's fighting, right? Like, we understand that, and we understand that his creative direction, if you trusted him with DX, oh, the PG DX sucked. Okay, you know, yeah, it did, but who cares? It was the only thing they had. They had to do something, and, you know, it was Cena and DX at that time, and then you had fucking Rated RKO, basically, were like the dastardly heels. They had to do that, you know, they had to do it. So, yeah, it's just, I definitely think Vince leaving is the worst thing that could have happened to AEW, because Vince would fire people and then give AEW momentum, because, oh, they could pick up ex-WWE guys. Vince would just sporadically, he wouldn't be in contact with people. He would change shows on the fly. Triple H, they have that documentary that came out on Wednesday that I didn't get to watch yet, but it's on WWE's YouTube, and they pull the curtain back on entirely on how they put together WrestleMania 40. Damian Priest, they knew for 6 months he was cashing in at Mania. So where everyone was clowning Priest and going, oh, did you see that? Oh, do you think he's going to cash in here? Oh, do you see how these underlings are fucking up? Oh, man, Priest looks like a goof. He's not cashing in and being successful. Triple H, that whole 6 months, was just laughing. That Triple H laughing meme where him and Sean are laughing. That's what it is, dude. He's just laughing because he's like, well, at Mania, he's going to pull off the Seth Rollins heist of the century. You know what I mean? So, and we're going to build this whole thing. He knew for 6 months. So Vince was more, although Vince historically would have things planned out like a year in advance, And he has done that, like we've seen with John Cena and The Rock and stuff. Over the last like decade, he's just been like changing shows on the fly last minute, and that's what Tony Khan's doing. And you can't be successful in wrestling if that's what you're doing. I ranted and raved about it, Kyle Mulkey, because you brought up a really great point that doesn't get talked about enough. Hairline, what do you think about what Kyle Mulkey said?
You nailed it all absolutely there, man. Ever since Vince went away, Triple H stepped up and has knocked it out the park every week.
Yeah, and he
Like, we
listens
can
to
break it
PWT.
down. Right. Well, okay, so most of all, okay, now to piggyback off what you just said there, he absolutely is listening to PWT. We can confirm it from this week's SmackDown, and there's the sizzle data.
Yeah, dude. So Kyle Mulkey, thank you for the $10, and thank you for asking a great question, or
Oh
just
yeah,
making a
sure.
great statement. I appreciate that. John JID in the chat for $5. John JID 999. What's up, buddy? You're always here. You're always rocking with us.
Yeah.
Just want to support y'all's awesome work, dude. Thank you. You do.
Thank you.
You do.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing about AEW that has got me excited for the pay-per-view except Osprey Danielson being good. Exactly. And then when you boil it down to that, and I love Danielson and Osprey. Osprey's really disappointed me with his whole. We're going to talk about that on the show too, but their match will be great. But what's great about it? Oh, it's great. Their moves are going to be great. Like, yeah, dude. The thing is
the sequences.
when you're on the indies, like, okay, this is how it used to be, right? I watch WWE all the time. I try and catch the New Japan pay-per-views, but then I catch indie shows, like either you go to them or you see them online, and then you see these crazy matches and you go, wow, if this could be brought and filtered to a bigger stage and presented in a way, this could work, this could be something. What AEW, when you take it and put it on a weekly TV show, where it's like, oh, this will just be an awesome match where these two guys wouldn't wrestle, but where else can they ever wrestle but in AEW? It's like, that only works so much. Your whole show can't be that. That has to be like one aspect of your show. And now WWE's doing that. We just got Tama Tonga and fucking SmackDown. You know what I mean? So it's like, now we're getting, and like, here's the thing. Remember when Regal brought and even Vince allowed him to do this, but Regal went to Vince and reached out, and he reached out to Jushin Thunder Liger and said, can you wrestle Tyler Breeze on NXT? And he did it, dude. Jushin Thunder Liger wrestled Tyler Breeze in NXT, okay, and did a job for him. You know what I mean? We're gonna get that again. You're gonna see that. I'm telling you, we're not outside the realm of like, oh, in a special attraction match at SummerSlam, here's fucking, who's the New Japan guy, who's the top, I guess Moxley is the world New Japan champion. But yeah, thank you for supporting, John JID. And then we have Castle Helford supporting just with $1. Thank you so much, Castle Helford. You forgot to write down your question, so if we see you in the chat, we'll try and read whatever it was you tried to say. Just to get to some member chats. Oh, look at here. Inception. 142 of you guys watching. You guys know what I'm going to ask you to do. So go and do it, please. We need at least 100 likes. At least 100 likes if there's 140 people watching.
Yeah, no, we're only at 13.
What's up, Phil? What's up, Mark? Here we go. Oh, there's me again. Yo, what's up, everyone? Hope you're having a good night. We are John JID. We're trying to Phil Marks, bookmarks. Yeah, we need something because I don't sing good enough. No matter what Kenny says, I can't get over him wrestling a child. He'll always be bottom of the barrel for me. See, I can get over that kind of shit. I don't really, if no one saw it, like, okay. How do you explain this? Like, who's a guy like in AEW where it's like, if no one saw that shit, like no one saw the blow up doll shit until everyone started freaking out about the blow up doll shit. You know what I mean? So as long as like the majority of people who watch WWE never saw that shit, you know, it's just the IWC. So like, you know, if like when Kota Ibushi, you can't tell me Kota Ibushi in the Cruiserweight Classic in WWE wasn't fucking phenomenal. You know, it was like one of the greatest runs ever. Right. And then he just dipped the fuck out and went back to Japan. Or he wrestled a couple matches in NXT. Yeah, Bushi's the man. He's really done it all, but he's worse now. I'm sorry. And like, I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's just for the love of God, Coda. I'm happy. Like, that's a guy where I'm like, yes, like Tony, just pay this guy to sit home because, he's fucking really, I don't know,
Right.
man. And that's what people don't get. Like, you got to understand with people like Osprey, and that's why Osprey's coping with
Oh
that.
yeah.
He is, bro. I love Osprey, but he's
Yeah.
fucking coping with the whole Triple H grind thing. Like, Triple H never, let's talk about that,
Oh,
Hairline. Triple H never said his name. Okay.
are we gonna talk about Dynamite?
I mean, sure, yeah, fuck it. I mean, I'm not do we need to? I got fucking clips right here. We got stuff right here. This is what I'm trying to say. Osprey is he comes out, he does this fucking promo about it all Dave talks about it as well. So we're gonna get into Dave and stuff, but yeah, there's only a minute left in this fight. So I said Green by decision. I mean, pardon me, Miller by decision, but he's super bloodied up and he's gonna lose. So good thing you didn't bet like I did, because you'd have fucking lost some skrills. Good thing I parlay. We'll get into that. I should do no, I shouldn't. Invisible hand grenades always the worst. Yeah. Okay, but here's the thing with Osprey, dude. So here, I can pull up AEW Dynamite results. I mean,
Here we go.
we blew it to death. Like, I don't even actually want to talk about the show because it was garbage and I reviewed it live on the live show. What I want to talk about, because I didn't really talk about it on the live show when the footage was shown, was the Osprey promo, right? Which I don't want to play because they're fucking copyright striking everything. But basically, Osprey cuts a promo and goes like, "Bruv, you think I'm scared of the grind? I'm on a plane 8 to 10 hours every week to the UK and back." And I'm sitting there going, Osprey, that's an 8 to 10 hour first class flight to your house. Do you know how many wrestlers wish they could just get flown right to their house and right back to the whatever town they're in once a week?
For real.
You're wrestling once a week, maybe. You're wrestling 4 times a month, maybe. That's part-time, bro. And Osprey, you're coping, and we've put you over so hard. Hairline says it, the theme song, but feeling in the sky, whoa, like fucking that shit slaps. We all love Osprey, dude. Eric Bischoff, everyone puts Osprey over because he deserves it. But here's the thing. We still point out the flaws. You're coping with the grind thing, bro. Because Triple H never said that it was you, but you took personal offense to it. Meanwhile, he was negotiating with multiple people. Like, for instance, like Brian Cage fucking just re-signed for a bunch of money to stay with Tony Khan because Tony Khan knows that WWE would take Brian Cage and make a shit ton of money with him and blow him up into like this huge fucking, like, he'd be like, you know what I mean? Not like a household name or anything, but they would take him and he'd be like a credible threat. Like, he'd be like a real guy on their roster. Tony just, he'll be in a 6-man in ROH. So he just keeps paying that guy. But and good, Cage is in his 40s. He's got kids. He just had a new kid.
It'll be great.
Yeah, all of this. So like, he deserves that. And I'm never mad at a wrestler. Like, people come under the comments and go, like, I tweeted out, I said, bruv, 8 to 10 hours once a week. Dominic Mysterio spends 8 to 10 hours every 2 days in a fucking rental car making the towns. So that's what the grind is. Now, even WWE lightened up their schedules, and people are like, they don't want to wrestle in the middle of butt fuck nowhere, Utah. That's what these goofy ass fans are saying. And it's like, bro, that's how you build the business, you fucking marks. That's that's called getting the word around and spreading. That's called fucking building the industry. That there wouldn't be all this money for Osprey to get if people didn't do butt fuck nowhere shows in Utah. Oh, the elite. Oh, you mean how the Young Bucks did shows in butt fuck nowhere, Utah? And then got all elite wrestling off the ground doing that? You mean I didn't see Cody Rhodes wrestle in front of literally maybe 100 people and put over a local hometown guy who's still not on TV? You mean I never saw that? You mean that didn't help wrestling? You mean that didn't make the houses bigger next time WWE came around? You fucking dummies.
Dummy, yeah.
Jeepers, man. It's just, it fucking irks me, these people, dude. Yes, he needs to make the towns. That's how you have fucking little girls who dress up like you and cry when they fucking see you. You know what I mean? That's how you have fucking, that's how you leave the business better, dude. This is what people say, only in wrestling do you, will people complain about working more hours? No, we're not talking about minimum wage, bitch. Talking about entertainment, professional fucking wrestling, making the business better. Why do you think Ric Flair did all those towns? Why do you think Hulk Hogan wrestled? I wrestled 400 days in 1 year, brother. Why do you think, like, okay, it's bullshit, but what it is he's wrestled like 300 plus days a year before. Why do you think he did that? So Roman Reigns could come in and do what he did. You fucking idiot, Marks. Like, you don't even like wrestling, do you? I swear, I'm snapping, hairline.
Fucking red ass Phil.
Bro, I'm going hard body, big body. And so, Will, I love you, bud, but you're coping. That fucking promo was gross. Triple H, oh, you humped Stephanie, bruv. Renee Paquette is Stephanie McMahon's friend, you fucking asshole. That's why she looked disgusted and disappointed from you, you fucking idiot. Jesus, yeah, I'm losing it. For real, though, I'm losing it. It's like, Osprey, do you not like now? And then go look under his comments on Twitter. Everyone's hating on him now. Why are you doing that, bro? Why? Bro. Why you got to do that? Why you got to do that? Like, it's just crazy. It's just like you like no. And this is the thing. It's not that he's scared of the grind, but he can't grind. He's got kids, bruv. He just wants to go to the UK. He's not willing to pick up and move to Orlando. He's wrecked his body up a bunch. So he can't grind like he once wanted to or was going to. Do you know what I mean? Like, no offense to Osprey, but everyone talks about it. He slowed down and changed his style because he can't do that reckless flipping and all of that sort of shit. And it's like, yeah, that's the truth. So he can't he doesn't want to go do it night in, night out, and in Ohio and all these different towns. He doesn't want to do that. That's not ideal for him. So what it is you did turn away from the grind. And he said it in an interview. He said, one of the big things, the reason he signed with AEW was the lighter schedule. He admitted it. So then you're going to go on TV and cope. It's just fucking pathetic. It's just stupid. It's honestly, yeah, it just did no favors for him. It gained no new fans. Again, you're just catering to the people that already like you doing that shit, and you're burning bridges. And what you're doing is making Renee Paquette, who, say what you will, the first female lead commentator on WWE fucking Raw, pro wrestling in general, and a major platform. Say what you will about her, man. Renee Paquette, she's the shit. She's awesome. We poke fun. Oh, Renee Moxley good again. You know, they just stick her on every segment. We make jokes, but it's no one's knocking her skill or her work or anything like that. You can't. I listened to her fucking podcast. You can't knock her. Here's the thing. She's friends with Triple H. She's friends with Stephanie McMahon. You're fucking like Osprey's being a mark saying stupid shit. You know, that's just like you. And then you have Renee looking down. You have Shivani looking down, like disgusted with him, with the state of things when that footage is being shown. Like, and apparently, so Dave Meltzer. Well, let's talk about Meltzer and stuff here. We got a chat. John D. Lee for $2 says AEW, where talents value go to die. Marks equals duh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Phil Marks and duh. Exactly, man. And thank you for the $2, John D. Lee. Thanks for rocking with us. Hairline, I just rant and raved about it. What did you make of the Osprey shit? And I guess everything I was just fucking blabbering about there. Like, what are your reactions? And then let's talk about what Dave had to say about it here.
It's crazy he would burn his bridge with the WWE this soon. You know, like,
do you think it's fully bridge burning? Like they forgave Punk? I don't think it's a full bridge burn, but it's a now we're definitely not signing you for big money. Like, now you're really gonna come here and work your way. Like, I think Kenny Omega would go there. They'd push him right away. Like, a Tama Tonga never trashed WWE. He's like, oh yeah, they're doing great shit over there. We talk all the time. You know what I mean? Boom, he's right there
Yeah.
in the mix. Sorry, you go ahead though. You go ahead.
I just like I feel bad for him a smidge. He really fucked up with this, man, and like kind of like to piggyback off what you said. Like I feel bad for Renee, man. Like those are her friends, you know, and outside of that, like it's just like okay, now I want to tune in to fucking Raw or SmackDown to see why this guy's dissing, you know what I'm saying, Triple H or whatever, you know. So it's just it all backfires and it's all just stupid and it's counter programming most of all, you know.
Yeah, I was just opening a window there. So you know, I heard Rob Van Dam have a take on this, and he goes, you know, like with the fight footage being shown and with Will Ospreay and all that, and Van Dam goes, he's like, you know, if they want to, he's like, you know, if they want to be like ECW would do that shit, he's like, and it would make Sabu mad and stuff. He's like, but you know, ECW sort of acknowledged they were kind of underneath, and really think about it. ECW did that, but they went out of business and were being funded by the WWE fucking E. Vince McMahon funded ECW. That's why ECW was allowed to go get over on WWE TV. You know, that's the only reason. If anyone doesn't realize that all these years later, let's get real here. But Van Dam's also said, he's like, but if you're trying to be the, hey, we're the equivalent, we're the competition, we're the
Right.
greater than or the equal to, it's just you know, it's goofiness. So or like you're stepping on your own dick basically. So basically
Right.
we have or I just want to but here's the thing. Do you think he'll be punished? Do you think he burnt a bridge, or do you think like they'll obviously forgive him one day if he ever chooses to go there, but I just don't think we'll ever see an Osprey in WWE.
I don't know. Like, I just like if he say he does go to WWE, it's going to be NXT, and they're going to make him go through the ringer, and like, I don't know, young and naive, I guess, like fucking Queen Amidala. Fuck.
Yeah, man. So we have Jessica Andrade. She's fighting. I forget here. I actually forget. Marina Rodriguez. That's it. All right, that'll be a good one. Any MMA marks in the comments? Anyone watching UFC 300 tonight? Anybody? Any of that, or just WWE AEW fans? So, guys, now it's time for everybody likes to take a look at film marks, bookmarks, and Paul Nolan will be joining us. He's just indulging in some delicious, you know, they got Mad Barbecue out his way, you know what I mean? They do all these over the fire steak cookouts and shit. It's good. He's living good out there in Argentina, man. It's nice to see he's flourishing.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing really good. But yeah, it's time for Phil Marks bookmarks. Hey, marks bookmarks. We're all marks. Okay. I had a bunch of shit in here. So
Oh yeah.
basically touching on the Osprey stuff. So just okay, well, I guess it's the segment Phil Marks bookmarks, but you guys, it's also everybody's favorite segment, Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week.
Oh.
Everyone loves the flute. The flute's getting over in the IWC. It's fucking awesome. Okay, so Dave Meltzer, just to start, he goes, in the case of Will Ospreay, Katsuchika Okada, Mercedes Moné, there were different reasons why each landed in AEW, but a key one is that in each case, WWE was outbid. I just want to touch on Mercedes Moné. Did you see how she responded to AEW neckbeards, like making like just with like an emoji, but sort of like agreeing with a meme he made in a way, and then a bunch of AEW freaks started melting down, and it was just funny. I just tweeted out, I was like, she knows why she's there.
No, I didn't see it. That's
I
awesome.
didn't bookmark it. She just responded with an emoji, but all these AEW tribalist accounts started melting down because they're like, why would she respond to him? Look at the account she responded to. AEW neckbeard. Shout out neckbeards, man. What a funny good guy. Excuse me, guys. So let me see. So okay, Will Ospreay shot at Triple H. This is according to Wrestling Observer. Will Ospreay shot at Triple H was Ospreay's own idea after feeling Triple H had mocked his work ethic and dedication to the business. He didn't say your name. He could have been talking. You guys know he tried to sign Mariah May too, and she went to AEW, right? Like he could have been talking about anyone, man. Jesus. So this is Dave Meltzer. As far as Ospreay, the promo was entirely his idea, as he had very personal reasons to respond back. Management cleared it when he requested it, as he felt that after Levesque took a cheap shot at him, he didn't think it was wrong to jab back. It was bad timing because of the Punk thing, but Ospreay brought the idea. Yeah, the whole episode was like, oh, screw you, WWE. Because of the Punk thing, but Ospreay brought the idea to Tony Khan and even said he'd take full responsibility for it. Obviously, the final responsibility is Khan, who clearly approved it. Ospreay felt that when one of the most important people in the business, who he had respectfully negotiated with, had mocked his work ethic and dedication to the business, he had said he's never knocked WWE or its performers during the entire time, so he wanted to respond. His feeling was that WWE was fully aware about his situation with his partner, women wrestling star Alex Windsor, and his stepson. But Levesque still took a cheap shot at him, and he felt Levesque deserved none back. Right, okay, so this sounds like a statement written from Ospreay to fucking Dave Meltzer. Right? Like, who told him all this? Meltzer or Ospreay just told him all this to say to get this narrative out. Another person, a news outlet, though, came out, I forget who, but they said, I think I might have a bookmark, but they said that no, it was like Tony Khan's idea. So who knows who's telling the truth in that? They're all dirt sheet marks. But it's just his feeling, like, listen to this part. His feeling was that WWE was fully aware about his situation with his partner, women wrestling star Alex Windsor. Is she a star? I'm not familiar. And his stepson. But Levesque still took a cheap shot at him. No, it's not a cheap shot, you guys. Ospreay, it's not a cheap shot. When you say, oh, I have a partner who's a wrestler and a stepson. Yeah, they understand where you're coming from because they're human beings, Ospreay, but that means you're afraid of the grind because of your partner and your stepson. Let me explain. Do you know how many people have sons and stepsons? Jade Cargill has a daughter and a husband who's in the MLB. Or I'm not sure if I think he's in the MLB right currently still. So there, do you understand? It's now, okay, maybe that's a bad example. Oh, an MLB player, millions of dollars. Okay. But do you know how many people have kids who would give anything to have to move it to Orlando for just a chance at NXT? Who have wives and stepsons and shit. So no, he's not mocking you. He understands this, but he's like, yeah, we all got struggles. It's like that show America's Got Talent, right? The reason it fell off. Now, a lot of people still watch it, but the reason it fell off from what it once was because, okay, we get it. Everyone has a story. Everyone has a sad story. And I'm not one of these guys like, oh, pick up by your bootstraps, but like, for real, though, like, right. We get it. You have a sad story. That's why you tell jokes or dance or spit fire or whatever the fuck. We get it. Triple H isn't being insensitive to that, but that's what the grind is, bro. It's picking up. Okay, so you've been able to stay based out of UK this whole time, right? And you've been grinding, but now you have the opportunity to go to probably pack your family up, move to Florida, and take over the world of WWE on a global fucking scale. I'm sorry, right. Ospreay, at Battle of the Belts, there's 1,800 tickets sold. They're in a 10,000 seat fucking building. There's 1,800 tickets sold, man. Okay? So that's what the grind is. That's what he's alluding to. Like, it's not disrespectful. It's just that he's heard that story 100 fucking times. Tama Tonga just lived in Japan for the last, or wherever the fuck he was at for the last 20 years working out of Japan, or however long he was there. Like, you see his mug on the screen. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, yeah. So I don't know. I beat this to death. Hairline, I'm not shitting on Ospreay. I get it. I'm not, no one's saying don't take more money to be with your family and everything, but don't say he felt like he mocked it and they were fully aware about your situation. They're fully aware of everyone's situations. People have got dying grandmas. Roman Reigns has fucking leukemia. People's parents pass. People's sisters die. All sorts of shit happens, dude. That's what he meant though by the grind. Like if you're at this stage where Osprey, you have the next 10 years to where you could become a fucking household name, dude. Or you can go do 1800 Cedar Collision Battle of the Belts, which is fine. That's your choice. I'm not hating on you for Hairline and Phil will never hate Edge for taking $3 million to go be with his family more and work 2 times a month. He deserved that. But Osprey, and you deserve it too for like as far as me being a mark. But to the general population, like they don't know who the fuck you are on like that global scale, and that's all. That's where the real grind comes in, and that's what it is. So I don't know. I just feel like it was Meltzer says it was mistimed. I think it was I think that's the dummy moment, right? Like, yeah, no shit. That was mistimed as fuck. Like, Dave, don't you text them? Didn't you text Tony and say this was a bad idea? Like, come on, man. Seems like Osprey wrote you a written. We know that you don't write with punctuation and in proper sentences like that. So fuck it. It seems like, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that's my thoughts on it. And yeah, we have a bunch more Dave and AEW stuff to get into, but Hairline, your thoughts on basically your thoughts basically on this whole Osprey thing, and then let's move off it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, once again, the man just shot himself in the foot on his path of fucking wrestling his matches where he steps on his dick. But okay, now I would like to put myself in his shoes. I would gladly work whatever schedule was lighter and paid me fat. You know what I'm saying? We're not none of us are criticizing him for that. What we are criticizing him for is his fucking like you said, stepping on his dick by fucking not selling each fucking move, and it's all like he sells the first fucking 62 fucking DDTs, but for some reason the 67th DDT is not shit, and he pops up and does a fucking Hurricanrana DDT through the fucking table sauce. But anyways,
Yeah.
regardless
No,
of
you
all
pretty
that,
much nailed it. Everett Todd for $2 says Ric Flair needs to personally mentor Osprey. Yeah, no doubt. No, but Ric Flair is doing that too. He's just putting shit over for a check. So, which is fine. Again, Flair, if anyone deserved it, it's Flair. But I digress. Drinking beer. Yeah, thank you for the $2. Jimmy B with $5. Cue the X-Files. Oh, he wanted an X-Files. Holy shit. You guys, if you super chat, man, and you want an X-Files, you get a fucking X-Files. If you want a dummy,
yeah.
We can dummy, fucking to other people too. We'll dummy people for you. Cue the X-Files music, but I think Zilla Fat 2 will debut to join the Usos to take on Solo, Tama, and Jacob. I have under good authority who will be next to join this thing. I'll just put it there. But I think Zilla goes NXT first, and I have good authority on that opinion as well. But we'll talk about that in a bit when we get. Thank you for the $5, Jimmy B, and it's good to see you here, man. Good to see you rocking with us again, man. I appreciate you, buddy.
yeah.
You guys are all the best. We'll try and get to some member chats here, but you guys know it's tough. So if you want to get seen, drop a sticker or a fucking whatever. Tell us we suck. Tell us you love us. Right. It's all good. We have a 7-star rating via the Alleged Wrestling Podcast. Shout them out. Free plug. But they go SRS taking a few hours to do the work and then burying the Wrestling Observer, Meltzer ramblings, engagement accounts with reports. It was always my favorite part of wrestling Twitter. So yeah, we're putting you over here, Sean. I'm obsessed. So Fightful goes, at Sean Ross Sapp goes, Fightful Select is told Will Ospreay came into work on the grind promo earlier in the day and was excited to do the promo, contrary to rumors. So I don't know. Dave getting owned by SRS right there. So we're getting incestuous here. You know what I mean? So let's go. We have more though. I had one more Osprey thing, I believe. Excuse me. Yeah, there's lots. I got way more bookmarks than I had thought I did. Here's neckbeards. Yeah. So Mercedes, he tweeted this. I've fallen and I can't get up. and then she responds with the face. And then neckbeards, thanks for having a good sense of humor. See? So she laughed at the meme. And then there's people underneath like, oh, who she responded to, screen grabbing and shit. And it was super funny, man. But at least she has a sense of humor. But Mercedes knows why she's in AEW. We all know why she's in AEW. 295 of you guys watching the live. Phenomenal, man. We're growing so much. It's ridiculous. But we only have 63 likes. So if you want your boy Phil Marks to go through more bookmarks and tell you what's happening with the bloodline and get into this Kenny Omega stuff, I'm going to need 200 likes on this video. There's almost 300 of us in here. I need 200 of us to like this video. Okay. So hit that like, please and thank you. And in the meanwhile, we're going to read some chats and we're going to I'm just going to scroll down.
Chats are great.
Holy chats are the best. And yeah, we're just going to we're gonna read. Okay, Derek Hans, good to see you in here again, buddy. Derek Hans, yeah, we got to drop my air horns. Derek Hans, a big supporter of the show. I think discovered it last live show or the one before that, and shout you out, man. You ask great questions, you make great statements, you give tremendous super chats. I won't lie, for $20. We better play this man some music. I think we should play this man some music. I think that's the way it should go here. Here, you get the music, my friend. We're going to have some cool music coming in too, guys. Like Paul Nolan's got some shit cooking. I got some things here and there that I'm working on that I think we'll be able to bring in. Some people you might know if you follow Hairline on like Instagram and shit, on his shoot stuff. You might have heard a tune or two that he's been involved in. We got some cool musical stuff coming, but for the time being, yeah, you get that good crime time music right there. Shout out DOGB. So Derek Hant says for $20, he says, I live in an area where you have two choices: stay here, see your family every night, but scrape by, living paycheck to paycheck, or go on the road and make great money, but are able to give your family a better life. Boom. Here, we got to give him a fucking
grind.
Because that's a lot of people, man. That's a lot of people, you know. Hairline's from a very small fucking town where it's either you leave and try and make it, or you fucking grind every day. I'm from the same. Now I have more of a little bit of a trying to be a bigger town vibe, but it's a fucking town, and that's what I mean. You either leave here and try and make it, or you fucking don't. Now Osprey, again, not to shit on him, but it's just he's been able to do all these indies. Do you know what I'm saying? He's been able to do them all from the UK thus far. Am I mistaken in my assessment of that? So now and people go, oh, he's been to Canada, UK, and Japan all in 1 week. Yeah, but he doesn't do that every week. Fucking Dominic Mysterio's in Montreal, then Ohio, then one night of sleep in Nashville, then whatever. And people will go, oh yeah, well, what is that? It's building the business. It's why WWE is so hot. It's why AEW is not hot. AEW has zero TV audience, and they don't have house shows where they're saying, well, here, you like what you saw here tonight? Watch our TV show every week on Wednesday. They're just only shooting TV. It's not even a real wrestling company. It's like it's like reality TV, right? It's like a scripted, live, weird thing where these guys are wrestling, and that's it. No house shows. Some people will go, oh, WCW didn't do house shows. Cool. And look what happened to them. You know what I mean? Like anyone could bring up, oh, well, ECW did, and look what happened to them. Sorry. We covered the Derek Hans. Thank you so much. Hairline, what's your thoughts on what Derek Hans had to say? And then we have to move on from the Osprey stuff.
Man, like that's just part of like being an adult, is like doing what you got to do to get your family fed and whatnot. So like, oh God, I don't know, man. Like the thing here is like we shouldn't be like attacking Osprey for wanting to live a good life and like
Yeah, that's not what the
and all that.
criticism is at all. No one's criticizing that
Right.
at all. Like never.
But listen, man, he's the one that showed his insecurity here. You
Right.
know? So like
Yeah. He validated everything Triple H said by like owning it as if anyone even knew Triple H was talking about him.
Okay, to sum it up in a nutshell here. Look at there's a fucking shoe laying right there. If you want to wear that bitch, go ahead and wear it all around town and represent it. But if that bitch don't fit, then it doesn't fit. But it seems like that shoe fits when it comes to Will Ospreay. That
Yeah, thank you, Derek Hans, for the super chat. We have John
Yeah,
JID for $2. Says, how do y'all think
Yeah.
MJF will come back and when? Hairline, I'll let you go first on this one, man. How do you think MJF will come back? I'll give you an X-Files. And when do you think he'll come back?
The truth is out there.
I'm grabbing a beer. Yeah. You tell the folks.
You guys, I don't know, man. Like Phil said on a previous live cast here, I really think it was a fucking shame that MJF came out and tweeted at The Rock what he did. Like, he should have really just laid low and whatnot. But most of all, like, okay, so like, let's break this down. He's gonna come back, and what's he gonna do? He's gonna do the Adam Cole shit, which is like completely fizzled out and like barely any fucking temperature in the room at this point. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know, man. Like, I just want to see MJF come over to WWE, but obviously, fucking, he's gonna keep working the money mark Tony Khan, you know, and like, I don't blame him. Once again, you know, like,
oh, sorry.
No, it's all good, bro. Go, what were you saying?
I was just saying, do you think if he goes to trying to raise my microphone here. Do you think if he goes to WWE, they send him to NXT first? Let me ask you that.
If he what? My bad.
Sorry. If MJF goes to WWE, I may have misspoke and said AEW. If he goes to WWE, do you think they stick him in NXT first?
Ugh. I don't know, man.
You think he's just a main roster guy right away?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm not too sure on that. I believe this ladies fight.
Hold on. X-Files me.
Went to a decision. I believe. Sorry, guys. I'm adjusting microphones and watching fights here. If anyone's tuning into Collision as well, give us some fucking spoilers. Hairline, go ahead.
The truth is out there. All right, so imagine this. CM Punk comes back.
Yep.
Feuds with Drew McIntyre. Beats Drew McIntyre for the belt.
He's okay. I think Punk's cleared. I think Punk's cleared. Not to cut you off. I've heard he's cleared, but I can't confirm that. Go ahead.
SRS tell you that, or
yeah? Okay, come on.
You guys, they're actually friends. It's all work. No, okay, but imagine this, man. So like, obviously, Bluso is going to be the next champion, and then Bluso loses to fucking Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre loses to CM Punk. CM Punk's cutting his promo on Raw, and bam, he's interrupted by MJF. How huge would that fucking shit be?
It would be huge, but it ain't ever going to happen. MJF signed like a while ago with that whole no-show. Oh, he no-showed, and then he got squashed by... That's when he signed. Okay, I'm telling you guys, he signed all the way back then for like 7 years or some shit like that. So, which is good for him because he'll still have more years, but we're fantasy mark booking here. So how would I bring him back? I'm just going to assume you mean AEW. I would have him come back. I would have him because they left him where he was like babyface is what they tried to do with the devil thing. I would have him come back and bury the AEW roster, which sounds crazy, but I would have I know you're like, what? But I would have him come back and go, since I've been gone, you've all been groveling like whiny fucking marks, talking about all this other fucking bullshit that doesn't matter, talking about all these motherfuckers who don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, blah, 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 we're bigger and better. This pillar's a goof. He's not even in the company anymore. You know, this pillar's got slapped by CM Punk, my hero, or no, don't even bring up Punk. Just this guy's a fucking goof and got slapped, made us look like goofs in AEW. Fucking this guy here, this other pillar is suspended because he can't keep his goofy mouth shut, Sammy Guevara. This other goof is fucking hurt because he's jumping through glass and climbing fucking mountains. And I'm the only pillar left standing. And I'm here to fucking tell you that, fucking do the, because he's like the heely face guy. Do the Trump thing. Oh, it's cringe. Don't go political, but be like, I'm going to make AEW great again. You know what I mean? Like, do that sort of fucking thing and do like the Colby Covington. We're like, yeah, he's a prick, but he's our prick, and we got to get behind him. Now, they already did that. Not really. They did all this spooky devil shit. They try, you know what I mean? They muddied it up with all this goofiness. Do something like controversial that doesn't fucking cater to WWE. Like, just put over AEW, what's good about AEW, and bury the goofy shit of AEW. And that's how I think you get himself over. We're talking about what is MJF going to do with the creative freedom and the lack of leadership there. That's what I would do. We talked about it earlier in the show. I'd go into business for myself a little bit. I would. I just would, because you can't get over an AEW any other way. It's impossible unless you go into business for yourself. I truly feel like that, because the business ain't going into business for you in AEW. That's for fucking sure. That should be on a fucking t-shirt, dude. For $2, Daniel Flores, 5 stars come and go, but stories last forever. Fuck, man. That should be on a t-shirt. Yeah. What a great fucking comment that was. Thank you, Danny Flores, for that.
Real.
So moving along here, we have more Dave stuff. So let's just get Dave's reaction to them actually showing the footage that we were talking about. So Wrestling Soup, shout them out. We're going to do a crossover. We're going to invade them. They're going to invade us. But at Dave Meltzer 1, I don't think showing the tape was a good idea. Yeah, you fucking think? You fucking think, Dave? Here, there. Okay, yeah. Here's people just tagging me in the footage. Here is Forbes taking a shot. So this is actual Forbes magazine. Yes, digital magazines count. Taking a shot at AEW. Here's the Dynamite results. Edge defeats Penta El Zero Miedo for the TNT Championship. CM Punk defeats Jack Perry. Backstage footage from all. Oh my god, dude! Forbes. CM Punk beats Jack Perry.
You can't make that up.
Bro, you can't. It's a fucking joke to people. That's what AEW is, and that's what you don't want. That's what happened to TNA. Became a joke to everyone. Right, guys? So let's look. 250 of you tuned in. The likes are at 105. I'd like to get them to 200. If you guys really, it just helps us so much. It's the free way to support, and it's how you, it's just how you help this grow. I mean it. You got, what does a like do? It literally, 1 or 2 likes make all the difference. It's not a joke when it comes to the algorithm. I'm not going to bore you guys. If you guys want to learn more about that, listen to Eric Bischoff's tremendous podcast with social media expert who worked on UFC, helped to blow up their YouTube, and actually worked with TNA and blew up their YouTube to where TNA's YouTube was surpassing AEW's. This is a fact. Surpassed AEW's 2 times last year, and that's why TNA's feeling that resurgence as well. AEW's YouTube game, people just don't watch cable. Really? Then why is their YouTube drastically declined as well? Why is their YouTube, yes, and their social media impressions since Punk left fucking plummeted off a cliff? Why? Guys, don't listen to these idiots. Don't listen to Dave, who we're about to get into more Dave here. We're about to listen to Dave, but and also PWT listeners, if you guys notice in the comments, like on the videos after they're posted, I'm not in there as much. I can't anymore. It's literally impossible. There's so many of you now. So I'll try. I'm going to designate like one morning of the week where I get to as many comments as I can on both channels, at Pro Wrestle Clips and at Pro Wrestle Times. I'm trying, guys. It's hard, man. It's a lot of comments to get to, and there's so many of you now. I can't even possibly get to them all. So that's a applause for you guys. Show you guys out. And I want to, guys. So Jalen Turner is about to fight Money Moicano in at 155 pounds here. The last fight was okay. It wasn't the best, you know. So you guys will hear me reacting, giving play-by-play to some crazy UFC 300 shit. Anyways, Dave Meltzer on airing the CM Punk and Jack Perry backstage incident. He says, I did not think it was a good idea. So this is actually a Dave Meltzer smart moment of the week. Wah, 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 wah. I need one for when he actually has smart moments. We need to find a version of the Harry Potter flute where it's like Hairline said it like brass, ultra reverb. Whoa, 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 whoa. Or I can sing it. You guys like my voice? I've been working on my octaves. I'm just fucking with you. I did not, he says, I did not think it was a good idea. I never did think it was a good idea, but I thought, look, you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt and see what happens. No, Dave, we don't give them the benefit of the doubt anymore. We're past giving them the benefit of the doubt anymore, Dave, because we did that too many good times. And as Paul Nolan famously says, AEW never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity. So that's where benefit of the doubt goes out the fucking window. Okay, dude. Dave says, here's the thing. Later in the show, when the fans were chanting CM Punk, it was like, well, this for sure backfired. You don't want people chanting the name of someone from another promotion during your show. And sometimes it's going to happen and you just can't avoid it. But this one was one you brought on yourself. And you know, it just reminded me of when fans did the We Want Flair stuff in 91, and that was not a good thing. I didn't see how it helped at all, whether the ratings is good or bad. Just didn't come across well. Dave fucking nailed. What the fuck, Dave? Let's hang out, dude. Let's get a beer, dude. No, I'd get
I don't know about that.
Yeah. But man, he nailed it there, right? I think he goes on to say some more. We missed this. We missed this about Dave Meltzer. Luckily, that's why it's a whole segment, because there's too much shit. But Dave Meltzer also said, if you know the real story, Paul's promo on Osprey was a real cheap shot. Can't defend him at all. I'd rather Osprey responded at a different time, but it's very understandable why he did. And if he wanted to risk getting such a powerful guy mad, well, he's got more balls. No, I don't think it takes balls to hide behind a multi-million-dollar 8-year contract and throw rocks from across the street. I don't think it's more balls at all. And yeah, Dave, that's fucking now. That's him backtracking a bit, and yeah, dude, that's not backtracking, but it's just saying, like, can't defend Paul at all. Why can't you defend him? He didn't say anything, dude. Like, he didn't say Osprey, you fucks. And so then here's Dave, though. We're talking about the CM Punk chants. And here's more stuff Dave had to say. The Young Bucks have, quote, moved on from the situation with Punk. It was Khan's idea, or at least management's idea, to do that segment. And while they do want to move on from Punk, they were not negative about it. Their reaction was that they were heels doing a wrestling storyline. It was not their idea, but they were not against doing their job as asked. The basic gist, dude, the Bucks wanted to do it, Dave. Stop fucking defending them. The basic gist is they were given an assignment and tried to do it the best of their abilities, and were happy with how it turned out. And now that they are villains on a television show and felt their role was to garner heat for the tag match, they've personally moved on from the Punk situation, and it felt no they didn't. And they felt it was their job to do their job. Why didn't they go, no, Tony, this is only going to backfire? They were over it, but fucking they're over it, but blah 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 blah. Like, no, dude. Hairline, you get what I'm fucking saying, right? Why didn't they sit up and go, well, no, they're just going to chant Punk at us? Obviously, they thought this was a good idea too, and Dave's doing damage control, right?
Well, like, it's just like what they always do is, like, they've been talking to Dave the entire time. So all they got to do is go, oh, Dave, this is Tony, not us. So, and it's all like, God damn it. Basically, no. You said he isn't backpedaling, but he ultimately is backpedaling, bro.
He's like doing damage
Bro.
control rather. It's more like
Right,
a
yeah, okay, yeah, there you go.
so and then he does more of that. Like he starts coping and just making shit up. Let's see here. Sorry, I had Paul Nolan messaging me, guys. So here I got
Paulie D
I
there.
should just get a this is the only reason I might get a blue check, guys. Now I haven't got a blue check
Bro.
because I don't want anyone to say, "Oh, you're just doing this for clicks and clout and to make a little $30 off Twitter with your salacious tweets." But I might get it just because then you can what they allow you to do with a blue check is you can take your bookmarks and put them into folders. So I can go Dave Meltzer stuff, Osprey stuff. You know what I mean? Like I can, because that would help the show out so much. And I might get a blue check for that. And so that I'm saying it on the live show so that the top pod listeners know and can have our backs and shit. When people try and come at me for getting the blue check for just like, oh, clickbait, cloud and fart. No, dude, I've refused to get one, but I might just so I can organize my bookmarks. And you guys know Phil Marks, bookmarks is a fucking bit. It's a segment. And I see other people doing the same shit now. I see other people, their whole show is just scrolling through their bookmarks. So, but hey, I didn't invent it, okay? I didn't invent the wheel here. Jalen Turner just dropped Moicano and tried to do a walk-off KO, but the ref, the infallible ref, Herb Dean, was like, nope, it ain't done. You got to finish him. So Moicano got up and we're going to round 2. Nah, it ain't over till it's over. Anyways, though, we're back on topic here. So Dave says more. He says, as soon as Tony Khan did that CM Punk Perry all-in footage, then I started to hear from people, and it was people who were just like really frustrated, going like, now it's back. The whole thing is back, and there's things that have happened and people been made to look bad. Now they can't answer back. It opened up a wound that needed to be closed. They need to move past this. This doesn't do AEW any good. If I'm Punk, I'm laughing about it, honestly. Yeah, Dave, we were all laughing, and Dave saying smart shit, actually. For $2, Everett Todd says the only way to fix AEW is to have Shad step in. But he doesn't know what to do with this wrestling company, bro. So what he needs, we need to get Tony out, is what it is, of creative and out of, because Tony likes to go, oh, all of his credits. Oh, I'm the general manager, CEO, head of creator, and booker. Right? Well, if you're all of those things, then you better fucking act like those things, daddy. You know what I mean, hairline? You better act like a boss. You can call yourself the boss. So
Right.
thank you for the $2. But Shad stepping in ain't gonna do shit ever at Todd, like him personally, unless you mean step in and get Tony the fuck out of there. Does he listen to his dad? I don't know. For $5, John JID says all of this mental gymnastics from journalists and Mark podcasters just makes you angry. Hey, now I take umbrage to that. I am in fact a Marks podcaster. It's easy to see through it, but the Marks lap it up. Yeah, exactly, dude. Hairline, your thoughts on what John JID has to say?
Well, I think most of all, we are a bunch of Mark podcasters, all of us, especially Conrad Thompson and Brian Last, Phil Marks, all of them, all a bunch of goddamn Marks. Anyways, man, um, it's basically the mental gymnastic comes down to like the best clickbaits for their fucking likes, and it's all like wrestling's just become a big social media gymnastics, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really has, man. It really, really has. So we have. I just want to make sure I get it all so I don't forget any of it. Just drinking some tequila. Yeah, what? Dude, we
I'm
got
drinking a
so
Blue
much.
Moon.
We got so much, Dave. We got so much. Okay, so Young Bucks were fine. In general. Okay, so we got more Dave right here. The Observer goes on to say the Young Bucks were fine and in favor. Oh, no, sorry. This is Fightful Select says that the Young Bucks. So this kind of goes against what Dave's saying. The Bucks were fine and in favor of doing the segment featuring Jack Perry. CM Punk's all-in altercation last night. FTR were given a heads up about the decision to promote it and signed off on it. The general response heard from AEW talent was that they felt this added to the importance of having a huge show for Dynasty. How? How?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's great.
Ah. Elsewhere in the AEW locker room, there were natural, quote, wish someone else would have got that TV time reactions. Several in AEW felt like it was a no-win situation after the Punk. They were in a no-win situation after the Punk Helwani interview. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Ready for a shocker? I'm more inclined to believe Fightful Select when they start talking about like how the locker room feels, because I know there's only like a select few people telling Dave shit, right? Whereas
Right.
Fightful Select gets more feelers on like the general consensus of the locker room. So, but as far as like when he's straight up just quoting Osprey and the Bucks, I'm inclined to believe Dave on that. Like he talks to them, they call him on the phone. Do you know him? Does he call you on the phone? Oh, here, sorry. Thank you, John JID, for the super chat. Appreciate you so much, man. You're the fucking man. Appreciate you so much. The whole chat's the man's.
All
But
of
we got more, and then we're gonna get into like Dave WWE stuff, which is just tasty. Always so juicy because he doesn't know shit about WWE. It's always the funniest. Here, I'll unbookmark that. And then there's drama amongst IWC nerds over like yarn dolls, and like Zelina Vega's got heat for stealing artwork. There's all kinds of shit we're getting into today. So Wikipedia, you go on Wikipedia, All Elite Wrestling is an American professional wrestling promotion based in Jacksonville, Florida. It is owned by Phil Brooks, aka CM Punk. Who did that? That is just
it really is.
So Wrestling Observer goes on to say the backstage morale in AEW is very low, as of a lot of people there are very frustrated with Tony Khan for airing that CM Punch and Jungle Boy backstage all-in footage. Yep. I talked to the Take Twins, and they DM'd me again unsolicited just to encourage me and go, keep having fun doing what you're doing. I'm not going to read them on the air, but they pretty much, the Tate Twins again unsolicited reached out and were like, so they're listening to the pod. They're probably listening to this. So shout out the Tate Twins. And they're going, they literally listen to PWT, like actually. So, and they were like, keep having fun doing what you're doing. You're speaking a lot of truth. They're like, you're saying a lot of true things about how things are. And they sort of validated like, you know, and Money Moicano just teed off on Jalen Turner, pounded him out. Awesome. What a great fucking, I'm so glad Money Moicano won. So anyways, though, yeah, you know, the Tate Twins were like, just sort of were like, you're speaking a lot of truth about like things, you know, and just, I'm not going to say everything they said, but it's just, and they will come do the pod. They're like, we got you. We're going to come do it. But they're actually dealing with, there's NDAs and shit. Like, believe it or not, there's things in place at AEW. You know, there's things. You know, they didn't tell me anything that would, you know, anything. But there are things in place, and they said basically they told me they're dealing with a mess right now that they're gonna clean up, and then they're gonna come talk to us. So shout out to the Tate Twins, and we've always put Dalton Castle and the boys over on PWT. Yeah. Since the day one, we've always put them over, and said they need to go to WWE. And we even actually said on the show once, if Dalton Castle goes, those two boys need to go too, because they can't just. I think we talked about. I think I asked you, like, do you think they just replace the boys with any boys in WWE? But yeah, but no, actually, Tony did that. So on Supercard of Honor. So yeah, so shout out the boys, man.
The chubby guy, he's got it.
Yeah, and they're just really good guys, man. Just trying to make it in wrestling, and they're extremely, like, you know, they'll admit to, like, they're undersized dudes, and they, for what they've been able to make this gimmick with Dalton, who loves them, by the way. Dalton has their back. Like, this didn't make Dalton happy, I'm sure, if I'm assuming. X-Files, right? I'll X-Files myself, but I don't need to X-Files myself. I will. And we'll just say, like, if the truth was out there, Dalton Castle's pretty mad about this, you know? So so here we go. Anyways, guys, more Dave. Dave. The Moose is on the loose. So Dave Meltzer said, so now he starts lying. So after AEW starts DMCA striking, copyright striking, and pulling down videos, ours is still up. PWT still up everywhere. Never pulled down or anything. So, you know, they're pulling down videos and everything. Someone's going to go stooge it now. I'm talking too much shit. But Dave Meltzer starts. So there was fan video now being pulled down. So now fans who are in the arena filming their own video, Tony's pulling their fucking, he's Don Stevensing fans' cell phone footage. Now, remember when Tony Khan said, we're not going to pull down signs. We encourage you to wear shirts from other companies. We're not going to pull down videos, blah, 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 blah. Now he's exactly doing, he shouldn't have talked all that shit because now he's exactly doing what he said he wasn't going to do. And why? Well, because he thought it was all going to be great and everyone will love me and I'll just only be on Matthew Gregg Botchamania. He just thought it would be fun on Botchamania. He didn't think people would clown him for this shit show. So now Dave starts lying. Now I'm going to play another fucking flute.
Good.
Okay, because he deserves another one here.
He does.
Because now he's getting into dum-dum territory. He starts lying and saying there was loud fuck CM Punk chants during AEW on Wednesday. When the footage aired in the building and people saw Punk, a small CM Punk chant started. It was the biggest. The CM Punk chant was as big or bigger than the thank you Jack chants that two neckbeards tried to yell. Two people were like, fuck CM Punk, two neckbeards. And then he said there was a reaction to the shove, then there was a loud fuck CM Punk chant. None of this made the air. Dave's making that up. The Bucks got CM Punk chanted to them on air. Dustin Rhodes got his biggest pop when he did the Crossroads. There was no fuck CM Punk. Even, how does that work? Fuck CM Punk. Fuck CM Punk. Try and rhythmically do that chant. That's not a wrestling chant. Fuck CM Punk. No, they chanted fuck Jack Perry. And they chanted CM Punk. CM Punk. And two neckbeards went, sucks. All the videos were there, but once they started pulling fan footage down, now all of a sudden Dave's spreading this narrative. Well, I tweeted some shit out and I explained what I just explained to you on the show. And I had people who were in the building who listened to the top pod who responded and said, I was there. There were no fuck Jack. There was two neckbeards yelling fuck Jack Perry and everyone else was chanting CM Punk. And we're basically saying Punk was right in the whole building. That was the consensus among the 2,000 people there. Okay, guys. So I don't know. We listen to the people. It's for the people. That's why we do this. Okay. So I listen to the people before Dave. Okay. Dave needs to clean his fucking room. That's what needs to happen. And then I'll listen to Dave. Okay.
That's a fucking throwback right there.
Yeah, dude. When Dave does that, I'll fucking listen to Dave. You know what I mean? I think I don't know if that's all. Okay, when Punk did his interview, I asked around, who is this? The Wrestling Observer, Jack Perry footage with air. Then I started from hearing from people. So people were frustrated. Okay, we already talked about that. I'm not going to read Dave's broken fucking trash English while I'm buzzing off tequila. It just seems stressful. I'm trying to have a good time. So Bully Ray goes on a rant. You guys, I got a lot for you tonight, man. I really hope you guys are hitting that like. Please and thank you. There's 267 of you watching now. Where are we at here? Guys, get us to 200 likes, and I will stop bringing up likes. Just 200, and I'll stop bringing it up, okay? We're at 124. So if you guys don't mind, please and thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. We got John JID saying Davey Boy is taking L's after L's. Hey, Davey Boy Smith was a legend. Do not call Dave that, John JID. Love you though, bud. There was maybe two people, like Phil said, doing a fuck. Were you there, John J? If you were there, John JID, let us know. Let us know in the chat. Shout out the chat. We want to get to as much as we can. Members, you guys are getting your own show, a members only show. So consider becoming a member. John JID will show you how. He'll explain it. John JID, you work for me now. Yeah. I guess you're employed now. We'll get into Vince too. Vince is all bought out. Vince is entirely bought out of WWE, guys. So everyone bringing up, they defend grapists and all this. Suck SMD, dude, as Paul Heyman would say. So here's the clip. Here's fan footage. Shout out Xander Elion, who says it's so embarrassing that they thought this was a good idea. Here's the fan footage, guys.
Punk was.
You can hear like one neckbeard going, CM Punk, and you can hear some people groveling, But you got to think, even if you're a Punk fan, you're watching this going, ugh. Can you just like try and give us a good story? Like, can we just not focus on Punk and Jack Perry, who are in New Japan and WWE? Two guys who don't even work here. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's okay. John JID says, I wasn't there, but I just saw multiple videos. Yeah, me too, dude. That's why they pulled them all down. And then Dave said this story, guys. Okay. That's what happened. He invented this story after they started pulling fan footage down. It's not a coincidence. That's the timeline of events. Were we playing it? Yeah, we're playing it.
That's right.
Listen.
Punk was right. Yeah, that's right, Punker.
Listen, guys. Okay, listen. Do you hear the crowd? There's a bunch of people yelling, yeah, choke him out. There's literally people cheering for Punk to choke this guy unconscious. Do you not understand this? Like, are we in like different timelines here? Like, jeepers, man.
Yes, man.
Yeah, Punk. That's right, Punk. Yes, sir.
Don't get mad. I see marks in the. Why are you scrolling? Bro, when you scroll, it's irritating. Trust what I'm doing. If you want to just watch it on your own, go watch it on your own. And then don't hear Phil Marks and Hairline react to it. You know, just fucking don't do it my way and then go try and do it. You know, go make a YouTube channel and do it yourself then. You know, it's like, trust the way I do the things. Okay. I have to do it the way I do it. Right. Okay. Thank you guys. The top pod listeners understand. I don't need to explain it to you guys. You guys get it. You guys get what I'm doing here. Here we go.
Sir. Threaten the life of Tony Schiavone and all.
CM Punk. Thank you, Jack. There's both of those. No one's going, fuck CM Punk. Hey, fuck CM Punk. Like, what's the rhythm to that? That's not even a chant, Dave. You fucked up. Yeah. You're white, Dave. No, I'm just kidding, man. But like, for real, what the fuck?
CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk.
Sounds like a bunch of neckbeards chanting CM Punk to me, bruv. So I don't know, man. Dave's making shit up. He's down bad. Let's keep going here. So here's Meltzer commenting on what on what Dax and shout out Dave Harwood. No, what Dax and Cash FTR did. So I thought FTR did as good a job as they could have done on the promo, given the circumstances that were there. They could have told the same story without showing the footage. The footage just didn't do any favors. That's what I thought. Exactly. Dave being smart here. They could have just highlighted their match and how people said this would be the greatest tag match of all time. And the Bucks could have went, yeah, a lot of people thought we were going to go into business for ourselves and take one over old FTR, but they got over on us. But this time we can't promise the same. It's the elite. They could have told this story without then trying to make a fake. Oh, FTR could have set him up to this. Okay, FTR were just in your guys' ring burying CM Punk the fucking day, like the week before. Like, you guys don't know what you're doing. It's Bush League Amateur Hour, which Tama Tonga says, which we'll get to in a bit. Tama Tonga says it himself. Newest fucking. It's like, we'll talk about Tama Tonga in a bit, but here, sorry, let me just check on Paul Nolan. He was out for dinner. And then I know he wants to get in on some of this. How about fucking Isla Dawn?
Oh my God, for real.
How about Isla Dawn, guys? My word. I don't thirst online. You guys know that. We tell you guys don't be on OnlyFans and doing all that. Don't be wasting your time and energy and money on that shit. But goddamn Isla Dawn. My word. Okay, sorry. Back to Meltzer. So she knows what's up. You saw that picture of Nick Aldis too. Hey, couldn't help himself. Did you see that? Yeah.
Poor fucking Mickey James.
Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. Hairline, I'm coming across good to you right now, right? I'm moving my mic around, so I don't want to. Good. So we have Meltzer said what? The GOAT. We're gonna fucking, I don't know if this guy ever wants to come on the pod. He has an open door policy here. Dave Meltzer said what? Everyone go follow at Meltzer said what. Follows PWT. Supports PWT. No live crowd noise was played during the segment on TV. So this is a Dave quote. No live crowd noise was played during the segment on TV. There is, or at least was, live arena footage shot where the reaction was stated from start to finish, how it started and went during the minute or so. The issue details all of this. Please read this article. Oh my God, Dave. So he's just trying to say, yeah, there was no fan footage aired or fan audio aired while the brawl was being aired. But during that one little minute there, I assure you, they were anti CM Punk in that 1 minute that wasn't aired. But everywhere else you've seen footage, like on the TV show where they chanted CM Punk at the Bucks, and all the fan footage that's being pulled down, that's not real. Is basically what Dave's saying. That's usurped by the 10 seconds of people with no video audio evidence saying that they were chanting fuck CM Punk. Like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, what is Dave doing?
Dummy, yeah.
What the fuck is this guy doing? It's so stupid, man. Okay, so hold on. I just want to make sure we covered all the Dave AEW stuff. Oh yes, so this is the big one. I keep saving it for the end here. So Dave, here, that one's done. I'm gonna look at the top here, make sure I didn't miss. Okay, yeah. So this is the one I've been saving here because this is what Dave. He just takes it over the top here. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make sure. Then we got a Bubba Ray to play. Okay. So Dave, the last thing on Dave, guys, as far as AEW, and then we got a whole new where he's talking WWE. So Dave Meltzer says the actual footage of CM Punk threatening Tony Khan wasn't even shown last night. So when CM Punk bursted out and was like, "Well, and you're a fucking mark" to Tony Khan or whatever he said, that wasn't actually real footage. Apparently, there's footage of Tony Khan in another area that, according to Alvarez, is private. We went over this on the last show. So according to Alvarez, there's footage of a private. Do you know what I mean? There's private footage of an altercation between Punk and CM and Tony Khan, where Punk is threatening and cussing out Tony Khan in private that we all didn't see, where Tony Khan feared for his life. That's crazy. Completely a lie. That's completely fake. This was the moment right here in front of everybody. And this is more damage control from Dave. So Dave, the actual footage wasn't shown. The incident with Tony Khan was not going to be shown, and it wasn't shown. But now what's happened is that people are going like, Tony said he threatened my life. Where's the footage? And it's just like, he did say that. And by showing the footage and having nothing of that, it just wasn't well thought out. I suppose you could have shown the footage too, but that doesn't even play into the storyline at all. No, Dave. No, Tony Khan. CM Punk did not threaten Tony Khan's life in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. This was the footage. You guys are doing damage control because Tony went online and went, "Oh, wow, I really am a privileged billionaire who's never actually felt threatened physically or anything in my entire life." Okay? That's actually what went down. And Jimmy B just said, as we get into the main card, for $10, Jimmy B, my God.
Yeah.
Jimmy B says they just played the old UFC intro by Stem, and that shit made me want to slam a monster and punch out my drywall in the best of ways. Yeah, dude,
Okay,
I heard it too. You could tell. I know you guys could tell I was a little distracted. We have Diego Lopez fighting Sodiq Yusuf, and they legitimately played that old music, and it's like that old Pride music. Shout out Napoleon Blown Apart. Napoleon Blown Apart, he has a great MMA YouTube channel, and he said, yeah, when you hear the old UFC music, it's like the old Pride music where it makes you want to like get a boner and try and take a shit while standing up straight or something like that. So however he worded it, but yeah, dude, they played that OG UFC music. I like that they didn't change the canvas to like everyone thought it was going to be like bright blue or red, or because like at UFC 200 they did a gold canvas, but that didn't go over well with people. So I'm glad they didn't do that. And UFC are rolling out new gloves similar to the Pride gloves, and actually in championship fights they're going to wear gold gloves. So I don't know, UFC as well under this new TKO Endeavor merger, figuring out ways to improve their product as well along with WWE. So just a great, tremendous partnership, and just UFC and WWE. The future's so bright, man. It's so bright. We need our shades on. Hairline, your thoughts on Jimmy B's $10 super chat here?
Oh yeah, I love when the UFC songs played and whatnot. It's really great. Drywall, like
Hairline, are you an avid? So like, if me and you were hanging out and I threw UFC on, you'd watch it, you'd listen to me explain everything, obviously, but you're not like I gotta go out of my way to see this match or this scrap or match. I call them matches. Even in WWE, when I'm talking about wrestling, I say the Bucks are fighting FTR. Like, I treat this shit seriously. You know what I mean? Sorry. If we were watching UFC, you'd be into it, but you're not like gonna go out of your way to watch shoot fighting, right?
Yeah, like if we were drinking and smoking and like just chilling, you know,
Playing
what I'm saying?
tunes and
I'm
chilling.
not-
Oh, Sodiq Yusuf just got dropped. Oh my God, Diego Lopez. He's gonna pound him out. No, Yusuf is surviving. I like Yusuf, man. 13-3. I bet on him all the time because he always finds a way to pull it out. But my word, he just got rocked and dropped. He's back up to his feet. Sorry, Hairline. I didn't mean to cut you off. God damn. Yeah, Jimmy B, thank you for the suit. He's dropped again. Jimmy B, what are your thoughts? Oh my God. It's over. Wow. Lopez is now ranked in the top Lopez is now ranked in the top 15. He's gotta be. And guys, for this UFC, do you know what Dana White said? $300,000 finish bonuses. He's giving people $300,000 for if you have the performance of the night. Woo! I'd get in there for $300K. Let's go. Anyways, sorry guys, we just had a UFC moment. People tune in. We don't like shoot fights. We like work, shoot works. So anyways, moving along with the Dave Meltzer stuff.
WWE time, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Combat Sports Time coming soon. So here's Bully Ray. Shout out Busted Open Radio. People are mad at me for going in on David LaGreca.
Yeah, LaGreca's such a mark, dude, and just like, okay, we call fucking WrestleMania and fucking Cultaholics fucking shows fucking, man, LaGreca's a fucking show. It just, he's dragging fucking Bully down, man.
So I'm gonna say, when I saw them do their WrestleMania weekend show where they had a bunch of people who listened to their show all wearing those pink things, I actually swallowed. I was like, I'm actually wrong, dude. That shit got over as fucking. Yeah, LaGreca's being a mark, but damn, dude, that they got that thing over. Like, whatever LaGreca did, they sold like 1 million fucking pink house coats. You know what I mean? So, but here's the thing, man. Yeah. Bully's had shit interactions with Jack Perry as well. He's talked about them. So shout out Busted Open. But sorry though, people got mad at us for me going off on LaGreca. I don't hate on Busted Open. You won't hear me trashing this show. Yeah, it's just like Greca's a fucking mark, but just kidding. I'm Phil Marks. So come on, guys. But here we go. Here's what Bully Ray had to say.
My hope for AEW tonight. And before I put my weary head down on my pillow, I will pray to God for AEW. And I will say, God, I hope they pop the rating tonight. I hope something positive came out of this footage or came out of tonight. Because
nothing did. They got like 118. I think they averaged like 819, pardon me, is what I mean. So
yeah,
it's like 100,000 more. It was like a 30% boost or something. Tony Khan was touting, but a 30% boost from what? To see Punk and Jack Perry fucking fight backstage. And then like 100,000 people tuned out immediately after.
Oh no.
And what's their average? Like 700,000. So they're proud of 800,000. Like we all said it. About 800,000 people are going to watch this shit. Fucking stupid.
When tomorrow comes, if that rating is not good, if they're not back up to at least 800, it's going to be dogpile on the rabbit. And the rabbit is going to deserve the dogpile. This is not on the talent. This is not on the locker room. And most of the time, it never, ever is across the board. It's on creative. It's on the booker. It's on the matchmaker. This company needs help. At this point, I hope even you diehards realize that. There are a lot.
Boom. Even you, Bully got the tables on you, motherfuckers.
To people who want to help. I've gone on record to say I would help for free. And if you think that's me politicking for a job when I just performed in front of 72,000 people as a special guest referee, you're out of your mind.
Oh, yeah.
I have a job. It's called Busted Open and Busted Open After Dark. I have a job. It's called the Team 3D Academy. I have a job, which means I'm a true independent contractor and I can work anywhere I want all over the world.
Fuck yeah, Bully, dude. Same.
But this business has been very, very, very good to me. And if anybody ever needed help, I'd be more than willing to help them out just to see the talent grow and the business grow.
Your thoughts on what Bully had to say there, Hairline?
Yeah, I definitely don't think he's
hope
trying to get a jab or
for
anything. But he's just like defending himself against the internet because you know that's what they're gonna say and whatnot. And like spoilers, the ratings weren't that great, man. So,
No, not at all.
She, like you said previous, like fucking past weeks here, she's taking on water and she's taking on water fast, bud.
Yeah, Hairline's a ship mark. So,
it's pretty good.
So, speaking of those shits, before we transition over to WWE stuff, you know, those fans, exactly. Here's Matt Hardy having to defend himself against fans going, there's people just attacking him for
why?
Because he didn't resign. He turned down the AEW offer. They offered him a new deal. He turned it down. He just doesn't even want it. Why? What's the point of him being in AEW? They're not doing anything. He could go to him and his brother could go to NXT and really help the future generation of tag teams. But either way, Matt Hardy's defending himself against Marks going, I'm glad you're supportive of AEW, but you're also not doing them any favors. Stop trolling people online and just support AEW. You keep posting under my Says the Net posts as if they're new. Been doing them for 5 years now. They're only meant to promote me. So here's AEW Fans Latino America account. They're going under, because Matt Hardy didn't resign, they're going under all of his posts going, talking shit to him. And he has to go, dude, you're not helping AEW.
Right.
By being a fucking hating asshole. So boom, guys, there you go. Matt Hardy agrees. He just wouldn't say it before because he's getting a fucking paycheck. Hook Hook hairline. Are you familiar with Hook? Are you a fan of Hook?
Yeah, I read that he might be headed to Shawn Michaels that
DC for $5 says banging card tonight in reference to UFC. Awesome, DC. And also LOL at AEW and Tony Khan. Buddy, thanks for $5 super chat just to make fun of Tony Khan. That's funny as shit. I appreciate that a lot. It's funny. Thank you so much for the $5. And yes, the card is ridiculous. I think we have Holly Holm and Kayla Harrison up next or something, like crazy ridiculous card. So at WrestleOps, Hook is interested in exploring options in free agency once his contract with AEW expires later this year. So he let it be known. Hook is going to go to NXT. It's going to be him versus Lexis King for the NXT title one day. Mark those words. And yeah, he just let it be known. You could see him in that. You could see him in the Brawl Out video or the Brawl In video where he's just being super chill. He's like, what the fuck? He's like trying to tell Jack to chill out. You can just see he's like, what's even going on? So Hook's chill. He ain't scared of a fight. He wasn't fearing for his life, and he's let it be known. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. Right. Hopefully Taz leaves too. Hairline, your thoughts on Hook just openly being like, yeah, I'm going to explore free agency when my contract's up this year.
Good for him, man. Like he sees the writing on the wall, you know. And yeah, Taz definitely needs to get out of there too. JR needs to get out of there. Excalibur can stay there. Fucking the marks from fucking Ring of Honor can stay there. Tony Schiavone, we feel for you, bud. Phil and I can't wait to interview you one day. So
yeah,
Jesus.
And then we have where is it? Brian Cage. So shout out Brian Cage. He signed a new long-term contract with AEW. He's in his 40s, and he was going back and forth with WWE and AEW with my agent, and he chose AEW, and I would too. He has a newborn. He's in his 40s. Just take the fucking money and ride it out. Yeah, just ride out the wave, dude. Take care of your family. I fully support Brian Cage doing that, although I would have loved to see what WWE would have did with him. Your thoughts, Hairline, on that?
I really don't think he can fucking hang in the WWE, man. Obviously, his body looks great and whatnot, but I don't think he has wrestling psychology down.
They're playing like a package going through the years of UFC stuff. Sorry, so I'm a little...
Oh, you're all good, man.
They're going over like, here's the last 30 years. Like, here's Dana White when he looked like a fucking creep. His teeth are all fucked up and his hair is really bad. And they're just going over highlights of the greatest knockouts over the years. Ronda Rousey, who's been shitting all over WWE as of late. John JID with $5 says, I'm glad Matt Hardy didn't resign. I grew up in the same county in North Carolina as them, and it's been sad to see them devalued and put on Rampage for bullshit. I agree. And how they never just, as soon as Jeff came in and they didn't just put the tag straps on them is fucking beyond me. Stupidest thing ever. Hairline, what do you think? Like the Hardy Boys back to WWE?
Yeah,
like
for sure.
One last match, at least a Hall of Fame induction, right?
Well, like since Triple H listens to the pod, I think he's gonna do what you said and get some quick little bangers here out of the Hardy Boys as like a what's the word? Novelty package? Not novelty though.
Novelty. Yeah, not novelty, nostalgia.
Yeah, nostalgia act. There we go. Boom. You heard it here first, gotta.
Yes, sir. Thank you, John JID, for that. And I'm glad he didn't resign too. He could do literally anything else but risk his body and whatever. And then we have Dax, the last thing. This shit upset me. I quote tweeted it and I said, and Hairline, you're gonna be shocked, but you know that I love FTR, but I just said they fell off with me, and this shit is getting goofy now. Dax Harwood
They don't like
screenshotted
you.
himself, posted this on Instagram, and said, "Professional wrestling gave me everything. If you're rooting against us, you're rooting against how I provide for my family. If you're with us, you are my family." And it's like, Dax, shut the fuck up. No one is rude. No one wants to take food off your table. No one's rooting against your family. No one wants you to not have a job. We want AEW to be good, and it's not good. We want it to be ran by not goofballs, and it's being ran by fucking goofballs. There's nothing to do with you. Stop doing this. No one wants pro wrestling to go anywhere. Everywhere in pro wrestling is dealing with a boom period other than AEW, Ring of Honor, and New Japan. New Japan's starting to spike up a bit again, thank fuck. But they're under new leadership. Okay?
Right.
Why is it that everything associated with WWE is not feeling a boom, but all the indies, TNA, WWE, all Japan, everything's feeling a boom? Stardom, but you're not AEW. Why? Why is that? AAA's feeling a boom. Everywhere's feeling the wrestling boom. AEW's not, and Ring of Honor's not. So Dax, shut the fuck up, bud. You know, like I love you. You know, like just stop. You know, you're one of my favorite tag teams. No one wants you to not be able to feed your goddamn family. Also, you have way more money than all the people you're talking to. So I get it. You feed your family doing this, but you also probably own a house, whereas the majority of the people you're fucking ranting to probably don't even own a house. So shut the fuck up. Please.
What do you mean? Only rich people support AEW.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Only rich fucking elitists, globalists. All the globalists. The world. I'm not even gonna do it. I like my stream too much. I don't want to get pulled down. So yeah, that was the last sort of thing on AEW here. We have a bunch of Dave and contract talk and WWE stuff with Dave. So we might as well hit another flute. Or actually, I guess, well, yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that. We got Kenny Omega. We got WWE stuff here. I'm just going to play this clip. This is just Dave Meltzer said what? Says, this is my Mark Furman tape of Dave justifying my account.
It's kind of like one of these things where people say this, and it just gets repeated and repeated. And I don't know if there's anything actually to it. You know, this happens in wrestling all the time. You know, like people will make these statements and they kind of like everyone repeats them and it's sort of taken as fact, even though if you like examine it, it's like, oh, if you examine it, it actually makes no sense. But it's kind of like one of these things.
Like what are you even saying, Dave? Jeepers creepers, man. What a goof. Okay, so we were talking about New Japan and so they just copyright struck it. Matt Riddle, he recently won the TV title. He lost it back to Zack Sabre Jr. And as soon as it happened, he no-sold. He got out of the ring and he just started like laughing and smiling and dancing and shaking hands with fans and stuff. Hairline, what do you make of that? Matt Riddle just obviously being upset. Like, why the fuck would you take this belt off me right now? But they're just trying to get Zack over on American soil more. So I understand why they do that. But because Zack was like the longest reigning champion, lost to Riddle in Japan, and then in America, Riddle drops it back to Zack. To me, I go, that's good booking. That's how you kind of push Zack to this American audience a little more, and get the like maybe they're invested in this guy. Or Hairline will probably refute that and say, nah, it's smarter to keep it on Matt Riddle, who's a TV star. You know what I mean? And let him fucking. So your thoughts on Matt Riddle no selling the finish, being upset, and just going into business for himself, walking out?
Well, I guess my first observation here would be is who was more likely to make the New Japan dates to defend that belt? You know,
Zack
is Riddle
Sabre.
going to be
Zack Sabre.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So that's where my brain goes as far as like wrestling. Wrestling. It doesn't make wrestling sense, but it makes sense. Anyways, I don't know, man. Like, obviously, fucking the dude's got a huge ego. You know what I'm saying? Look at how everything went down with like the fucking that fucking airport cop. You know, So clearly, I easily
Right.
believe this
Matt
guy
Riddle,
was
guys, remember this. Matt Riddle has been left behind. Like NXT talent have just left him in hotels and just took off without him. And we're like, find your own way to the next town because they don't like him. And I'm not burying Matt Riddle. I like Matt Riddle. But
Yeah, me too.
but he also open hand slapped Gunther one time backstage and was like, "What are you going to do about it?" And Gunther just laughed at him and walked away. Apparently, I don't know. So
No,
he's obviously he thinks his shit don't stink because he's a shooter for real. He's really a tough guy, you know.
for sure.
Yeah, he was
And he's
legit in
higher
the
than
UFC.
all.
Like people look at his record and are like, "Oh, but he had losses." Yeah, look it up, look into it. He was smoking weed and he's failing, so they overturned his decisions and shit. Like he was real, dude. He has one of the most brutal knockouts in Ultimate Fighter, like the Ultimate Fighter Tough TUF TV show history. He has one of the most brutal KOs. Like he's not even he's a wrestler primarily. That's his strength is grappling. He's a jiu-jitsu submission wrestler. Speaking of submission wrestlers, we have Kayla Harrison about to fight Holly Holm at 135 pounds. I'm surprised Kayla Harrison even made the weight, and she is a judoka, a bronze medalist or silver medalist in judo for the Olympics. But we have WWE stuff to talk about, and we have Dave stuff to talk about, and then or while we're on the topic of AEW, actually, fuck it. Before we switch completely, let's listen to Kenny Omega. So I told you guys this a long time ago. This is about the CM Punk Jack Perry fight. But before we get into this, and we're going to get Paul Nolan's reactions, because the infallible, the eclectic, the impulsive, I need one with a P for Paul. Either way, the professional Paul Nolan is here, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Paul Nolan.
Good
Paul,
evening,
how's it going,
gents.
baby? How you doing?
Oh, all the better for hearing your dulcet tones, Philip.
Oh, thanks, buddy, man. I'm super happy to hear your voice, man. How's Argentina? How's I'm sure you had some delicious meat cooked over a wonderfully made fire. What's going on?
Unfortunately, not at the moment. It's raining. It's cold. It's heading into the fall in this part of the world. So yeah, the weather's been a bit rubbish for the past few days, but it's going to improve later in the week. So
the wise man of PWT in Argentina in the mud, as the dirt sheets would say, as the Marsh would say. Paul Nolan, before we're transitioning into Kenny Omega's thoughts on showing the footage and all that. You were with me when we did it. One of the most successful PWT of all time. Paul Nolan was there in the building. And so I just want your opinion, man. Like Osprey's comments about Triple H or firing back. We didn't really cover it on the live show because you brought it to my attention because I was ranting and raving about the footage, and you're like, well, Osprey just responded to your thoughts, man. Like your thoughts on Osprey's shit with Triple H, and then I want your thoughts on Matt Hardy's leaving. Hook is just saying openly, I'm leaving. Or like, I'm going to test free agency. Matt Hardy did leave. Brian Cage is like, I'm going to stay here. Just give me your overall thoughts on AEW, the state of it, and Osprey's kind of comments as well.
Yeah, the thing that's making me laugh today about AEW, because there's multiple things to laugh at every day, is that it appears that Tony Khan has inadvertently broken UK data protection laws by airing the footage because he didn't get everybody's permission.
Right.
Apparently only allowed to broadcast footage in conjunction with a police inquiry in the UK.
Wow.
So basically, he might be in a little bit of trouble in the UK.
So that's why they're pulling it down everywhere, even fan footage.
That's why they were pulling it down.
Oh, no, it didn't happen. It's only on our TV show for the rest of time, but no, we didn't. We didn't hear
it. Exactly. Which tells you everything. I mean, Will Ospreay, I've got to say it, the promo was as bad as the outfit he was wearing. And to be honest, like that whole jibe, that whole subject, it's like, yeah, if you're making that comment like 15 years ago, maybe, but like that stuff doesn't land. Mostly because Triple H is now heading one of the most, if not the most successful run in WWE history, and he's taken the company to heights that have never been seen before. So really, all he's done is, the gift that makes me think of what Will Ospreay's just done. It's that one where Sideshow Bob constantly steps on a rake.
Yeah.
Like basically that's all he's done. That's all he's done. But yeah, I mean, I'm seeing, what is it, less than 2,000 tickets sold for Collision tonight. It's not been it's been yet another not great week for AEW, and they just can't get out of their own way at the moment. They just can't stop owning themselves.
What do you think about the people going like, oh, they had a 30% boost in rating? It's 119,000. Then they just all dipped out. Like, who gives a shit? You were right. You were like 700,000. Like, you said that. So what do you think about that, Paul?
I said between 8 and 900,000. I couldn't see them getting 1 million off it, because it was just like, I hate to say it, but it's like saying, well, that car crash on the freeway got like 2,000 viewers. It's like, yeah, of course, because everybody's tuning in just to rubberneck, basically. Like, it's a curiosity thing, and it's like, if you look at the actual WrestleNomics figures, they actually just died straight afterwards. It just went straight back where it was before. So,
even the cage match rating was bad, dude.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, and it's just going to be back to more. And I actually think the ratings might suffer even more next week because of the bad taste that it's left in a lot of people's mouths. Especially with the CM Punk chants happening, like in the crowd during the footage and afterwards and everything else.
Just and then Dave trying to say, so you just missed it. We did a Dave Meltzer. We were trashing him. And he said that actually what wasn't shown on air was fuck CM Punk chants, and actually what was shown on air was just a blah blah blah.
Show me the video when it didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there was no video of that one portion.
Yeah. Pixel, shut the fuck up, basically.
Yeah, Pixel, fucking shut up. Okay, so before everyone just thinks we're flat out AEW haters, I want Paul's thoughts on Matt Hardy. Just said I'm not renewing, and then Hook just openly went out and said, because he's in that brawl in video, just being chill and nonchalant, like, yo, chill out, Jack, And what do you Hook just openly saying I'm not re-signing? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Hook NXT incoming, quite frankly, and I think he's perfect for NXT. He's exactly the type of
Hook with Taz in his corner.
Oh, yeah, of course. Because
imagine this. Can you guys? Oh, should I? Can I X-Files myself right here? Let's X-Files.
The truth is out there.
Vic Joseph called up to the main roster. Taz and Booker T on commentary with fucking, and then Hook in NXT 2025.
My God, holy shit!
Fucking airlines, like, oh my God.
Oh.
Or if Vic's there still with Taz and Book.
It just still amazes me that like D-Generation X are running the most successful era in WWE history.
Right. And for the people,
absolutely hysterical.
And for the people saying, "Oh, Triple H, well, he might get bullied out because of TKO." No, they're putting more and more trust in him and Shawn Michaels. As a matter of fact, Shawn Michaels got promoted to where he's still doing his NXT job, but he's also like the VP or whatever on all the creative. So it's him and Triple H fully have the last call on creative, and then Nick Khan and Arya Men and these people are all there with their insight or input or their plans, and then they can accommodate that. We're in a fantastic. We talked about the click earlier already, but okay, so we're kind of fast forward to where we're at. Paul Nolan, did you hear anything about Kenny Omega's comments? What we're about to play them.
I watched it earlier, and if you remember to the last time that we played some of Kenny's comments on the show, I said that I was really impressed and was like engaged with what he had to say. And he's taken it to an entirely new level here. My respect for him has increased exponentially off the back of this clip alone.
I've been telling you guys. So I again, go back to the early days, episode 2, 3. I don't even know. PWT. And I'm talking about, man, Kenny said it. He's fought before. He's trained MMA. He's trained jiu-jitsu. He's played hockey where you can literally drop your gloves and fucking fist fight, dude. Okay? He played these things. He's from Canada, bro. People are tough here, okay? Like I'm sorry to inform you guys, you know, it's cold and shit. We all have to be men for the most part. You know what I mean? He gets it. As Kenny wrestled a little kid, cool. He legit, I've always said it. He's a great, tremendous athlete, and he legit could fuck people up. He knows what he's doing. I try to get this over to people, but he went and did his journey, whatever. His journey might have rubbed people the wrong way. Yeah, he has spots where people are doing bang bang scissor gang point shooter fingers right up his booty and stuff, you know, like there's all, or where he's doing it to other people or whatever. He all this stuff. He's wrestled little kids. He's tags with guys who wrestle blow up dolls. I get all that, but I'm telling you, he in the whole brawl in situation or brawl out, pardon me, with the Bucks and Punk. Kenny and Punk were cool. I've been saying it for like a year.
Oh yeah.
Omega and fucking Punk are cool. They've been cool. Omega grabbed the dog. It's not even heat with fucking, like, Omega will work. I know he'll work. I know he said it on Renee Paquette's podcast. People fight. If you play a physical sport, if you play contact sports, if you play combat sports, you know that people fight. Listen to what the fuck Kenny Omega says, and we're going to play this 4-minute clip. Shout out whoever stream this is. I think it's Kenny's stream himself. So shout out Kenny at Kenny Omega Man X. I want him to come to WWE. I'm praying for it. And he even said it, guys. Everyone's like, no, he's an EVP. He couldn't leave. He is the elite. Well, listen to what he says here. Kenny says, I have no power. I don't want power. Just like Cody, he realized this is goofy, and I need to just go be the best pro wrestling storyteller I can be, because that's what the fuck I'm supposed to be. You know what I mean? I'll get the pencil when I'm older like my dad. Kenny's realizing it too, or he did know this whole time and has been. He's just much more chill and able to make this work and understanding. I don't know. But he's saying, I don't have power like that. I don't want it. I don't have power like that anymore, etc., etc. Why? I'm telling you, guys are like, oh, he's an EVP. He'll never leave. We'll get him in WWE at some point in our fucking lifetimes, even as like a producer backstage. Sorry. I'm ranting and raving. Here is Kenny Omega, and they're playing Street Fighter, mind you. This shit is epic. And he's like, I would love to hang with Kenny Omega, dude. He reminds me of me a little bit. Like, he's talking about wrestling, and then like Kayla Harrison just choked out Holly Holm, by the way. Beat her up on the ground like she said she was going to do, grappler, ground and pound submission. Anyways, Omega's like putting over the Street Fighter moves as he's like explaining what happened at Brawl Out or whatever. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, good choice. Like, just watch this clip. To me was just swaggy as fuck. I'm blowing it to death, guys. Here it is.
I thought my duty as an EVP during Brawl Out would be to enter the situation while there was chaos, de-escalate.
So Kenny entered while there was chaos, and he felt his role as an executive would be to de-escalate the situation and try and get the dog out of there. That's a boss, guys. That's what. Where's Tony? That's a boss. That's what. That's the other EVPs are fist fighting the top draw, dude. Kenny Omega is the only one acting like a professional here.
It and create a peaceful environment for everyone. I was
a peaceful environment for everyone. There we go. Okay.
Was able to create a peaceful environment for the most important person in that altercation, and that was Larry.
Fuck yeah.
The dog's either gonna the dog's either gonna panic and bite someone, which causes a whole other like, you know, dogs can get put down for shit like that, and it wasn't even its fault. Not saying like, okay, like you guys get what I'm saying, right? Dogs panic. There's videos of it where an owner will get like knocked out and the dog will attack the owner and shit. Like, they panic. They don't know sometimes. So, and then Kenny, and then also it's helpless. Like, what if someone accidentally stepped on the dog or something? Kenny like being the only actual person in this. You know what I mean? I feel like here. But shout out Punk like defending himself, in my opinion. But here we go.
And I swear to God, honestly, that was my biggest. And yeah, it sounds funny, but like I look at animals and our pets as people, and as Gabi, of course, one of the most important people in my life. So to get little Larry out of there was the most important thing to me, and that was the success. Unfortunately, try as I may, things were too chaotic for me to be able to do anything by my own power. That was a moment when I had seen that there were. Good call. I believe it was in that instance when I realized that the way that I wanted to go about things wasn't necessarily the way that other people wanted to. It was also the way that other people necessarily didn't want to. And then it was also maybe not the way that the boss wanted to take care of it. And I also thought of myself as a liability because I don't want to say old school.
What does that mean? Not the way the boss. So like the boss wanted them to fight? I don't get it. What does that mean?
Because I don't want to say old school. I'm not old school. I've just played a lot of contact sports, and I've gotten into jiu-jitsu and boxing and mixed martial arts. I just know that sometimes when you perform or when you fight, when everything's on the line, when you give your heart, when you give your soul towards something, and you're in that moment of high stress or high anxiety, where you've maybe emptied the tank and you're just physically exhausted. That was actually very impressive. A good punish. Yeah. When in an environment like that, sometimes emotions get the best of you and people will want to throw hands. And in the case, and I'm unfortunately or fortunately a believer of it, I think if it's decided that, hey, this is the best way to solve things and you can shake hands after and move on after, I'm a believer. I'm actually a believer of fighting.
Kenny Omega agrees with CM Punk. All you fucking marks.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, assaulting in the workplace. Kenny Omega agrees with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
We told you, guys. God damn it.
Phil, just going back on your previous comment about how it's not how the boss wanted it handled. I actually heard an interview with Tony Khan. I'd have to go back. It's a good couple of years old. And he actually admitted that he wanted a certain amount of tension backstage because he believed that's how the best product in front of the cameras was made. So he's actually
he's
an
such
enabler.
A fucking mark. He's such a mark reading books.
Mate.
Well, HBK and Bret Hart, they were fucking brilliant together because they hated each other backstage, and when they were on camera, they were great. That's what Tony thinks he's fucking. That shit grosses me out, dude. That's crazy. That's honestly crazy. Yeah, Jess, pardon me, says, and shout out John JID. Jess says the fight had to happen because Tony wouldn't do anything. It's not just Punk having disagreements and flipping out. It's weeks of stuff building without Tony stepping in. Exactly.
It was allowed to fester.
And then John JID, him commentating on the game and talking about this at the same time is killing me. Dude, it is the most legend swaggy shit of all time. I love Kenny. I always have, man.
I am, and that sounds terrible to say, and which is why, like, don't make me an EVP in 2024.
He's like, dude, I'm old school. Don't make me an EVP in 2024. Like, so he's literally, and he explains how I don't have that power. Like, I'm not an EVP anymore. I just want to get healthy and wrestle. Fucking thank you, Kenny. No, but like, for real, let's get real here, man. Let's get back to what like you do, Kenny. You weren't here. You weren't supposed to be trying to make video games and building the women's division. It's not your job. Your job is to just go and do what you did with Okada in America and tell stories, bro. You know?
You can't do that stuff anymore. I just feel that sometimes that's how you have to settle things. Sometimes. And I don't mean you have to settle it and then it has to be shown on screen to everyone, or people have to brag online about who won, who lost. No, like, it's not for that purpose. It's for the purpose of just getting that stuff out that you need to get out. And
He's just so Canadian, getting that stuff out that you need to get out. That's what we do, bro. That's why you're allowed to fight in hockey. Because it's just like, bro, we can't, there's no way we're like wrestling on ice for an hour and then I can't punch you in the face. If it get, you know what I mean? It's just trust me, okay? I'm a Canuck. Like, fuck.
I mean,
And he's a crazy athlete. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. He's a spectacular athlete. Like, we can't deny that, right? He works really good. You might think his gesticulating and shit. Cornette says the gesticulating and shit. It's blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I just think he's trying to get over the selling over the top and the faster paced style. And okay, so if he went to WWE and Triple H and Shawn Michaels were like, hey, do a little less of this, a little more of this, you think he won't listen? I don't know. I think he'd be receptive to it, at least at this age. Maybe he wasn't 10 years ago, but he is now. I think. I don't know. That's my opinion.
I'll admit there were a number of times, even now with me, where I thought that might have been the most appropriate answer. It never came to that. We're able to talk things out.
So Kenny's been so frustrated backstage in AEW recently that he thought with other people, not this instance, where he might come to blows with someone. And it never happened. And he works. So what the fuck, guys? Come on. This is what it is in AEW. Tony is a bad businessman. He's a bad leader. And he's a bad fucking boss. He's bad at creative. It's all on him, dude. Can't blame the boys for this. I don't even blame Jack Perry. I'm starting to like not hate on Jack Perry as much, honestly, because he's trying to spin it into something. I give him credit. Like, he walked into Chicago with like armed guards and shit. Like, I don't know. I'm going to give him credit where credit's due. He's a fucking goof for ruining AEW, you know, when they actually were sort of starting to build something with Punk there. But I don't know.
Goof.
I respectfully disagree.
Okay, yeah. What? You're just still like, fuck Jack Perry. Like,
yeah, basically, his entire gimmick is literally, I got choked out by CM Punk.
I know. That's so, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Better friends, and there was a level of respect at that point on between myself and these other parties. And maybe I'll share these stories later. It's but I always, it's crazy. As much as I believe in cooler heads prevailing, sitting down and talking, sometimes it was just like, hey, I can't even think straight until I start throwing some hay, you know, or maybe that I need to be smacked around a little bit, whatever the case might be. I think if it's a contained scenario and if
see, listen to what he just said. Maybe I need to throw some blows to get it out of my system. Maybe I need to be smacked around a little bit. And that's what none of these fucking people in the IWC, because, okay, Paul Nolan knows, right? We both trained jiu-jitsu. You train jiu-jitsu, you get choked the fuck out by people. It humbles you a little bit. And you understand, like, you know what I mean? And so, or like I kickbox. I did a lot of kickboxing when I was young, like especially in my youth. And you get fucking people beat the shit out of you, and it like kind of gives you a little bit of perspective. You know, sometimes you need that. People need a smack. Like, I'm not saying beat your kids and or that sort of thing, but like you're dealing with like Jack Perry. You think he ever got his ass spanked? You know what I mean? So it's Kenny Omega speaking truth there. Yeah, and he's saying if it's contained and it's all good, no one's gonna kill anyone. Like Tony Khan feared for his life. Samoa Joe was 5 feet away from you. Chris Hero was right next to you. So is Jerry Lynn. You think they just let him serial murder you? You think Punk's gonna he's gonna murder you? Like what the fuck? It's like Hook's right there, Taz is right there. Like, what are you talking about? If there's no way you thought you were gonna die, you know, it just makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. But right. And Kenny agrees with Punk. Kenny agrees with PWT. Kenny agrees with Paul Nolan. So, yeah, let's just continue what he's saying here.
It's not a situation where it's, you know, there's like pulling people's eyeballs out.
There you go. It's not like, oh, like, okay, if all of a sudden Punk starts trying to gouge eyeballs out and shit, okay. But just like pie facing Jack Perry and then I don't know. It just seems silly. It's contained. Like Samoa Joe was right there. Samoa Joe picked Jack Perry up like a baby and just pinned him against the wall. Like nothing was gonna happen, you know?
Right. You know, low blows, hair pulling, or scratching. You know what I mean? If it's just like, hey, let's just Let's just hang and bang a little bit.
Hang and bang. Let's fucking go. Who's hanging and banging with me tonight watching UFC 300? Let's fucking go, dude. Oh my God. Kenny's hanging and banging, dude. I love that. Dude, I love Kenny Omega. You guys you can hate on me all you want, PWT listeners. But I fucking love Kenny Omega.
I can see it sometimes being conducive for a positive work environment. Again, this is exactly why I have no power, nor should I.
I have no power, nor should I. Also, before Kenny's like, maybe I'll share these stories. It's like he was going to bang out a bunch of people. Start looking back on who he won't work with, who he hasn't worked with. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, who's he fucking... Who's he trying? Like, Omega's like, I was going to throw hands with people too. Well, there's a lot of people, Andrade, fucking Eddie King. There's a lot of people throwing hands in fucking AEW backstage. Seems real toxic and cliquey. Maybe we should fix this, you know? Jesus Christ, Tony Khan.
So that's just how I feel, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Fucking World War III's trending, boys. You want to get into that, or do you? Let's get it. You guys want to get into that? Oh my God. Okay. Awful Wrestling. Shout out Awful Wrestling, man. It's good to hear from you. You should Awful, if you're chilling tonight, man, you're welcome here. If you want, let us know in the chat. You can come talk if you want to give your opinion on some shit. I would love to have you in here. Omega's change of health equals perspective. He woke up. You know what, Awful Wrestling? I really appreciate the $2 super chat, and I do agree with you. I think he's getting a little older, a little wiser, and health will make you fucking start admitting the truth and praying to God, brother. So I don't know. But Awful Wrestling, let us know in the chat, or whoever. Just tell us if Awful Wrestling's trying to get in the chat. I'll send you a link. I'll DM it to you. Thank you so much for that. DC for $5 says Kayla Harrison versus Jack Perry chokeout. Which one was better? Which one is better? Okay, I enjoyed seeing Jack Perry get choked out more.
He goozled him.
Yeah, I would say that Kayla Harrison. Here, I know Paul Nolan wants his pretty face up here. I would say that Kayla Harrison had the nicer technique, but I would definitely say that Jack Perry got a rougher chokeout, and I would say that both of them took a good knock. But Holly Holm, it's not good to see her get choked out at this stage in her career. Perry's still a kid, and hopefully that chokeout humbled him a little bit. What do you think? What do you think, Hairline? Kayla Harrison? She just choked out Holly Holm. Are you familiar with either of those UFC fighters?
Well, she's basically Jack Perry at this point.
Yeah, she Jack Perry'd fucking the girl who knocked out Ronda Rousey with a head kick in UFC. So Paul Nolan, your thoughts? Kayla Harrison versus Jack Perry Choco. Which one's better?
I mean, I'd have to see the Kayla Harrison one because I've not seen it yet, but
okay.
The Jack Perry one is one of the most satisfying and entertaining chokes I have ever seen in my life.
And DC, if you're trying to say Harrison would choke out Jack Perry, 100%. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the super chat. What were we talking about here? So Kenny Omega, he basically, and then here's Raj Giri tacks a little on here and says, regarding CM Punk, Kenny Omega said they have a mutual respect for each other and that they reached out to each other after the brawl out. Omega said that if it weren't for a complete other factor, we would have been able to talk the talk on the night of brawl out. Who's that? The Bucks and Jericho going, you're a cancer. Who are y'all? And Judas in my mind.
Youth Gone Wild.
Was it Youth Gone Wild? Hairline. One of you guys, someone in the chat, tag me in that shit on X in that Youth Gone Wild video. I want to play it. Please. I'll look it up, but I got to get through the bookmarks here. So please and thank you. Here, I just want to read this. Holly Holm made Ronda Rousey humble, just like the Iron Sheik did against Holly. I break you. Fuck Hulk Hogan. Fuck Hulk Hogan. He jabroni. I break his back. Yeah, dude, Holly Holm is Ronda's still coping. What are your guys' thoughts on? We're gonna transition to WWE here. What are your guys' thoughts on Ronda Rousey burying WWE and just talking mad shit on WWE? And Paul Nolan said she's trying to sell her book. But she's going all out. I think it is because she's doing like the media tour, but she's also coping about like her UFC losses still. So to me, I just go, it's all just her coping at this point. Hairline, what do you think about that? Like, we both put Ronda over, but now it's like, what the fuck?
I think these are just shitty tactics to sell her book.
Yeah, no, you're simple and plain, straight to the point. I like Gilbert and Eugene. Like who you like? Yeah, I want to see that match. Gilbert versus Eugene, Nick Dinsmore. Paul Nolan, what do you think about Ronda lately? I know you were really upset with her like a few pods ago or whatever, but what do you think? What do you think?
I think I said this in a tweet to you the other day that for someone who is such a high level expert in combat in general, whether it's MMA or judo, I have never heard a bigger victim mentality in my life than what's
Yeah,
been
for
coming out
real.
of Ronda Rousey in the last few weeks. It's absolutely like brain melting to me, the stuff that she's coming out with, that this sense of entitlement and bitterness and just being a sore loser. Like you said, like Holly Holm delivered one of the greatest head kicks of all time.
Of all time. Yeah.
And then you took a massive break and then got absolutely mullered by the greatest female combat sports athlete of all time, Amanda Nunes, right? There's no shame in either of that, right? At the end of the day, the game passes us all by eventually.
Yep, that's life, baby.
But there is one place that Ronda needs to look at, and it's in the mirror, because she let somebody like Edmund Shabazian train her.
Oh, dude, have you seen? Yeah, I know. There's Napoleon Bonaparte. I brought him up before. I wonder if he's into pro wrestling. I'd love to link up with that guy. But I brought him up before. He has a documentary, like a mini doc on Edmund Shabazian, and just like Ronda's mom thinks he's head movement. You know, he was one of the worst cornermen until that Joshua Fabia guy came along with Diego Sanchez. But yeah, dude, that scam artist psychopath. But yeah, so I agree with you. You just worded it right there perfectly. She needs to look in the mirror and come to terms. I think you're right though. It's just because she was gassed up and people called her the female Mike Tyson, and I argue she was actually. It's almost the same thing. Hopefully in her later years she can redeem herself like Mike Tyson has as well. But not to say she's done anything so horrendous, but I just think it's really fucked that she's kind of buried the UFC, even though they've made her a big part of their packages tonight and everything. She's a big part of MMA history. She truly is. She kicked down doors. And I'll always support Ronda Rousey, you know what, but she felt a type of way about WWE, and I think she just looked at them all as scumbags. I don't know, Brendan Schaub has accused Ronda Rousey of like sleeping with Dana White and stuff like that. I'm not going to sit here and go, that's what she did. I never. Oh, absolutely. He calls her. He in his like stand-up comedy specials, he calls Dana White Eskimo brothers or whatever, presumably me, because he dated Ronda Rousey. So he's alluding. That dude's a fucking goofball. Go to the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. It is the funniest shit of all time. Shout out to Homeless Cats if you're in the chat.
I followed that drama between him and Ariel Helwani quite a lot.
Oh yeah,
And Ariel absolutely bodied him. Like, remember when Ariel went through a whole litany and just absolutely mugged off a whole host of fighters, including Liverpool's own Paddy Pimblett. I loved heel Warney back in the day a couple of years ago because his whole attitude was, well, what are you going to do? You're going to hit me? No, I'll just absolutely 10-7 you with words.
Yeah.
And he absolutely, I remember on his podcast he was talking about, because the subreddit for Fighter and the Kid was called PF Changs.
Well, it is. That's what the Homeless Cats.
And Helwani was like, they all turned on him, and like he basically said, what was it? Ariel Helwani was the new CEO of PF Chang's.
Yeah.
So funny. Shout
out Ariel Helwani, man. It's topical. I love that because the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, that's like my MMA kind of like, you know, I laugh about it because like my MMA fandom, but it never really crossed over and became topical. But now that Ariel's mixed in with the WWE, ultimately the Brendan Schaub stuff crosses over, and I'm so happy for the Pro Wrestle Times listeners. Go check out the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, and you'll be like, I don't understand what anyone's even talking about. Derek Hance for $5 says Ronda must have never heard the saying, "Those who live in glass houses cast the first stone." There's rumors about her too. Hashtag new car, bruv. Hey, listen. I'm not burying. I said it. Derek Hans, thank you so much. I'm not gonna shit on Ronda. I'm never gonna do that. Like, or like unless she really fucks up. But it seems like she's trying to sell a book. I'm gonna be honest, speak my mind. She could come tell me to my face I'm wrong, and I don't mean it disrespectfully. It sounds like kind of selling a book / also bitterness and the inability to accept. Yeah, like you were gassed up by a lot of fucking people, and it's okay. Like when it's called, what is it, like cognitive dissonance? Like her reality came crashing down multiple times.
Absolutely.
And when she went to the WWE, she thought she was going to be like the 15-time, like the longest reigning, never lose and all that. And that's how I feel, is because otherwise, why would you be bitter? And then maybe some of the backstage culture. Like I will never blame anyone for criticizing how Vince, the shit stain that Vince left you know, sorry. Did I say shit? I swear I did not mean to. I swear I did not mean to. I'm so sorry.
Freudian slip.
Yes.
Emotional damage.
But listen, Vince, yeah, the smug, if you will, that he left behind. I fucking I'll never blame anyone for criticizing that, but for her saying they need to clean house, like I'm never going to also then I'll say no, Ronda, chill, because I'll never sit there and say Triple H knew what Vince was doing. Like even the girl, she just wants money. We all got to remember that. So yeah, everything Vince did is fucked up, but like if she got paid, she wouldn't have even stooged him, and he'd probably still be there. So it's like a weird gray kind of weird where there's like positives, but there's negatives, and it's just weird. So we just have to let Vince go. And as you guys see, we're going to talk about it in a bit, but we'll just talk about it now. Put all of his shares up. So he sold a bunch of them. Now they just put all of them up. So Vince is going to get bought out entirely. He's gone fully. And I think the people there, like Bruce Pritchard and Triple H and these people, I think Ronda's wrong. And she's, being a little spicy for her book. You know what I mean? Because I just think the people that are there, they investigated everyone and they determined like this is the best going forward. And like Triple H ain't doing weird sicko shit. He's got a bum ticker, you know, he's got a backup ticker, and he's just working, you know, like I just, Vince is weird. It's weird billionaire, weird shit. I've ranted and raved about it so many times on this show. Your guys' thoughts on basically what I was just blibbering about.
Yeah, I'd say, like, just to finish up on the Ronda thing, Ronda had job face on from the literal day after that tag.
I call it boo-boo face.
Yeah, like that tag team match that they did with Kurt Angle and Stephanie and Triple H. From that day onwards, she just gave the impression that for the longest time, she just didn't want to be there. And she just didn't really scale the heights that she needed to. I do have to say, it's like, is this another example of not embracing the grind and feeling like you should just walk straight in?
Paul Nolan, Hairline, your thoughts, man, because you've put Ronda over tremendously. I have too, and she just is kind of letting us down, bruv.
Well, like I said, man, I just feel like she's trying to sell the sizzle to the fucking steak here, and like trying to get people to buy the book, and like, I most of all, I think it's like I don't think like she was gonna come out and do this. I think like her manager or someone like got in her ear and was all like, "Oh, this will be a good promo tactic."
Ugh. You know, while on the topic of Brendan Schaub, there's a clip where she talks about Travis Brown knocking Brendan Schaub out because she dated Brendan Schaub, but then and we're watching UFC, so it's topical, guys. And Aljamain Sterling, the former bantamweight champions, fighting on like the prelim against Calvin Kattar, who's a bantamweight challenger. But anyways, or maybe they're fighting at 45 rather.
Yeah, they're fighting at 45.
Okay, so Aljo bumped up 10 pounds, and he said at the press conference he doesn't feel a suck down. So I'm down with that. I like people fighting at their more natural weight, you know. Anyways, though, back on topic here. Brendan Schaub gets knocked out by Travis Brown. Travis Brown like said some shit to him, like that was for Ronda, because he married. That's Ronda's husband is Travis Brown. So, and he's also the guy that at the Hall of Fame, when that fan tackled Bret Hart, the GOAT, Travis Brown was the first person in the ring to hit the ring, got a hold of the guy, and was dropping strikes on him. So I'm never gonna shit on fucking Travis Brown and Ronda Rousey, but I will say she does seem a little sour grapes, and that's all going to that. Derek Hance, man, thank you so much. You're the shit, dude. Appreciate you. Appreciate the whole fucking chat. All you guys are the best. There's been like 250 consistent the whole show. Brilliant. Right. So we have Dave Meltzer's star ratings for WrestleMania. Who wants them?
Not me.
Oh my goodness, dude, Paul Nolan, we need some music where like it's like a build up and then the drop is the Meltzer flute. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you make every
amazing build up and then a really disappointing
blasted
drop.
Yes. Ooh, yeah, that's literally the bit, dude. That's it right there. So Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch gets 4.5 or 4.25 stars, pardon me. Now guys, why do you care about Meltzer star? We don't. I just played a Harry Potter flute. We're just laughing. It's all good. So 4.25. Now let's presume, so us three right now, let's all agree on a 5-star rating system. You get 5 stars for how over both competitor is, the work and the actual match itself, the build up, the stage impact, like all of those things factor in, and then the work and the selling and all of that stuff, right?
Right.
Okay, Hairline, are you coming through good? Sorry, Paul Nolan's like, I'm gonna jump back in. I'm having a connection issue. It happens. He's in Argentina, guys. Don't get mad. Sorry if everyone. Here we go.
Still here, brother. Oh, and Paul Nolan with the hot take today.
Yeah, Paul Nolan, sorry, I let the listeners know. Don't worry. I was like, dude, they already know you're in fucking Argentina, bro. We're all over the world here. We're in the USA, the fucking South USA, and the fucking North USA, okay? Literally, the trifecta of the Americas here going down. Yeah, PWT, cross continental. No, not even, but cross country, you know, we'll skate. Yeah, we'll ski. We'll do the long way. Here we go, guys. So between us three, we can agree the build, the overness of both wrestlers, the actual moves and spots, like the work in the match counts, all how over everyone is, the storytelling, all of those things impact a 5-star rating, right? We can all agree on that. Okay, so Dave's stars are based on what?
Oh, the sequences.
Because he's like, oh no, sometimes it doesn't mean this and that. We're telling you guys, no, the build matters, the moves, the work, the stage, the story, like was there build? All of those things factor into a fucking the overness of both people. That all factors into 5 stars. So I don't know what Dave's going off of. We're gonna read his and then we're gonna give ours, I guess. Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch, 4.25. Why a quarter? I don't get what quarters mean when you're giving out stars. Just give the star, don't. So to me, your guys is like Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch. Was that stand out as like a great WrestleMania match to you guys or what? Like we reviewed the pay-per-view kind of, but
yeah, it wasn't quite on the same level as Rhea versus Charlotte, which I think is a classic. So if you were going to go, like you were saying, like dispense with the fractions, I would give it 4 stars. If you're doing a fraction, I'd probably give it 4.5 because for me, the Charlotte Rhea match was a 5-star match last year.
And then like Hairline, are you like nah? Like I agree with Paul Nolan fully. Charlotte, Rhea was a way better match than Becky Rhea. I'd give this one 3 stars, me personally.
3.5 stars for me.
There you go. So 6-pack tag team ladder match. It lost me a bit. I would give it like a 3.5, 4 personally. Dave gave it a 4.25. It lost me a bit, like at a couple points. But like when they grab the belts, then dude goes through the ladder, and then there's like what the build to the finish was good. All of that was good, but it like went a smidge too long. I almost felt like, but I don't know. Like he gave it 4.25, so he enjoyed the spot fest, right?
Yeah. For me, I think that's about right. To be honest, I enjoyed it quite a bit, and I do agree with you that it did lose its way a little bit in the middle. But the fact that it lost its way so little in the context of the entire match, when there's literally like 12 people on a ladder match, is still quite impressive to me, and I enjoyed it overall.
Hairline.
Again, 3.5 stars would probably be.
Yeah, that's where I was about at with it. But yeah, it's just because a smidge too long. But Paul Nolan's right. Like, and they were able to build back up to those spots too. Like, that's what I love in a match too, is when they kind of lose you, but then they can get it back. That just shows the level of the worker, but it like kind of ruins the overall match. But whatever. Anyways, Rey Mysterio, Andrade, Santos, and Dominic 375. I don't even remember it that much, so I'll give it a 2. Let's say I just don't. Oh yeah, the dive. Okay, yeah, I remember it. Yeah, I mean, this was a whatever match. A 3 stars, I'll give it. And then you guys kind of agree with that 3.75 or no?
2.5 for me. It was like just a bit of a
just there.
Filler. I was there.
Oh, was the work great? Yeah, the work was phenomenal. But like, what the selling was great. Can you knock Rey Mysterio's selling or work? No, never. But it's just that's not everything that goes into these stars. And then he gave Jay vs. Jimmy a 0.75, the worst rated match of all time, I think. So your guys' thoughts on that? That's basically what I've been building to here.
What a show.
It wasn't that bad, right? Nolan,
Yeah,
Paul
no,
Nolan,
at least like
or Hairline. Yeah,
probably
Hairline. You go ahead. Was it a 0.75 in your opinion?
2.5 stars, 3.
I'd give it like a 2. It wasn't the best match.
So if you remove the super kicks, it was great.
Right, but then you can't take away from the story. You can't take away from how over both guys were. But then the work in the match and the match itself, it was kind of goofy. The platform's there, I guess, but it can't bump it up to 3 because there's other better matches. So it's like, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
And like the video package alone, where they were both standing there, fucking reciting their lines in sync and whatnot, is just 2 stars alone.
Yeah. Paul, so you agree about 2?
I mean, 2 at the absolute best.
At the best, yeah. And our stars don't mean shit.
Excited by that match. I was really looking forward to it for a long time because you knew it was coming, and it just didn't deliver. And it just shows that, identical twins can have absolutely zero in-ring chemistry because they're basically just versions of each other. And it's actually, I think you could use that as a scientific proofing experiment for styles make matches.
Yeah. And then we had Jade Cargill, Naomi, and Bianca. They fought Damage Control. He gave it 2 stars. Would you give it 2? I don't know. I think they got 3, I would say, because they got Jade over. Like, the mission was accomplished. Stage, the build was there, even though Jade kind of came in at the last second, but that's kind of the story. It's like a bunch of people of who's going to be willing to actually help Bayley. So, of course, Jade's new and Trinity just came back. So it made perfect sense to me. I don't know. It wasn't offensive. Let's just put it that way. But I'd give it like a 3. It got people over, and it was impactful, a meaningful match that, yeah. So, I'd give it a 3. Hairline, what say you?
2.5.
2.5. Perfect. Jess for $7.99 says, "Thank you so much, Jess. We'll give you a fucking big air horn." Says the Dom Mysterio match should get 5 stars just because it's him. Yeah. Thanks for the super chat.
Forever.
Absolutely right. No, yeah, you're absolutely right. Dom is like one of the most over heels. We talk about it all the time. Sami Zayn Gunther, he gave 4.5. I'd probably agree with that. I'd give it like a 4 or a 5, maybe like a 4. but it's just goddamn, the storytelling in that match was phenomenal. Yeah, just tremendous. I already talked about it before on the past pod. Your guys' thoughts? You agree with 4.5, or is that a little too high? I've seen some people go, it's too high.
No, I think it's fine.
Hairline.
Probably like 3.5, to be honest.
Oh, why? You weren't are you just like, it should have been Gable? Are you still on that shit?
Well, it definitely should have been Gable, but like it just like I don't know, man. There wasn't like the greatest build to this. It was like like less than a month, and like just God, dude. It's not that Sammy doesn't deserve it, but like, do you really agree that it was time to end Gunther's run?
I do. I think it was time, but yeah, you're right. Like, I would have preferred it be someone from New Japan. I put it over. I was like, Okada should have came in and been the guy to beat fucking Gunther, just shock beat him because he's not on the roster. John JID with a $5 super chat says, I grew up watching the Usos in the early 2010s. So you grew up watching them then? John JID, you don't have to tell anybody, but how old are you then? You know what I mean? Because I grew up like Attitude Era. I said on the last show, I'm 32. So it's like, holy shit, you grew up watching the Usos. That's crazy. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. But that's awesome. Thank you so much. I really like the video package. I'll always like the match purely off nostalgia, but it wasn't good. Yeah, it's just that they're so over, John. Like that's what we just said. Like, they're so over. The characters there, they're the bloodline, their lineage in the WWE. And I agree too. The package, them with Tamina and all that. Yeah. So I agree with you. What do you guys think about what John JID has to say here about the Usos?
Yeah, totally agree. They were obviously fantastic. I mean, I started watching WWE again around 2012, 2013, when Punk got me back into it, and the Usos were already on their way up around that point. I think very, very early in the run. And yeah, totally agree. It's, they've got amazing track record, amazing legacy, but that match ain't it for me, I'm afraid.
Aljo is working a submission with 9 seconds left on Cater. It seems like he's going to win after grappling him the fuck out.
Dude,
Hairline, what do you
going to
think
get a
about
pile driver in there?
Yeah, dude. What do you think about John JID here? What he has to say?
Well, I think back in the day, at least the Usos weren't slapping their knees every 10 fucking seconds, but their mic skills were definitely not where they are today. So tomato, huh?
Huh? Aljamain Sterling, yeah, he was going for like a pile driver. It's UFC 300. He hit like a bit of a doctor bomb, if you will. Hey, Paul Nolan, he like gut wrenched him up a little bit and just tried to fucking drop him on his head.
That's why I've been a bit distracted for the last couple of minutes, because I was watching Aljamain put on a bit of a groundwork clinic, and I was wondering where his exit was going to be. Calvin Carter is not very good on the floor.
No, definitely. And that's been exposed. Like, everybody thought he was this lethal machine, and I actually agreed with it. But yeah, once your grappling is better than his, he's got that big hole,
Yeah.
So but he's good at keeping it on the feet to strike, but he's
sure.
against Aljo.
He made a very basic fundamental mistake. He was in half guard and he never framed. He went for an underhook. And he basically, you don't do that in that position, basically, because Aljamain just got him in a whizzer and just completely controlled him.
Yeah, great win for Aljo. And this card so far has been really, really fucking good. So he gave The Rock and Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins 4 stars, the tag match. He gave Gunther versus Zayn Moore. What do you guys think? The Rock, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins. Do you think that's a 4-star match?
I kind of agree. I would have given it half a star more. And the only reason why I say I kind of agree is that I thought the beginning of that match was not good. Like, it was slow to get going. It kind of lost its way. But once that match got going, my God, what a match that was.
Hairline, what about you? Is that a 4-star match?
I'd probably say 3.75.
Damn, Hairline shooting from the hip. That's why we love him. He's a real one.
Honestly, it was still one of the best, WrestleMania in decades, man. So.
Yeah. Drew McIntyre versus Rollins. He gave a 3.5. I don't know, man. I think Why? Because they don't do moves, Dave. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Let me think about it. Like just the way I was popping and reacting to everything, and then maybe the match itself was a 3.5, but then the aftermath was like a 4.5, you know, on like shock value and like moment wise and like holy shit. Your guys' thoughts.
The only criticism I've got of Drew versus Seth is Seth's entrance was just too much for me. I'm sorry. Like I was totally with Punk on that when he was just like sacrilege. And the only other thing is that the actual match, it got a little bit spammy. Do you know what I mean? It was a bit like they were spamming the finishes a bit too much. But to be honest with you, once you kind of like suspended your disbelief and went with it, it was a great match. I mean, especially that Claymore kick right from the first bell was absolutely fantastic. Really set the tone for the match. And obviously, huge fan of the aftermath. And just, you know, we're all living vicariously CM Punk's best life right now with everything that's going on at the moment. Like, it's hilarious just to see how much of a time he's having. And right now, after last night with the New Japan thing, he's basically the biggest draw in all three promotions at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, and well, Hairline, your thoughts.
I would have to give this one 4 stars, my man. And most of all, like I told both of you, fucking Judgment Day forever, son.
Yeah, dude. And you know what? Hairline's been saying it forever. He's like, you know, Priest will be the world champ. So, well, okay. I agree with the spammy finisher thing. And I was like, damn, they're kicking out everything. But this is how you build up, like, okay, in AEW, not to bring it to AEW, but they're trying to build up Cassidy as like the beat up, worn out champion who defends, and he's just, and what Seth was that the whole WrestleMania weekend, like even when he got Superman punched by Roman and shit, he was just laid out in that main event on night 2, right? And yeah, I just think that's how you build. Like they did with Seth, like it made sense. He gets Claymored out of nowhere, then he gets kind of beat up, and they're just kind of spamming finishers because it's like they're just both trying to get the other guy out of there.
Right.
I liked it. He gave Lashley and the Street Profits versus Final Testament 1.5 stars. I'd give it 2, I guess, but yeah, I'm not like mad.
2.5. It was enjoyable enough, and you know the whole thing with Bubba Ray was quite funny. If only for the AEW Freakazoids losing their shit about him the day after.
That shit was so goofy. Hairline, what did you think about this match?
Yeah, no, 2.5's about right. I don't think how is it? Okay, just
does Snoop Dogg add to your star rating? Does the fucking table spot add to the Bubba Ray add to the star rating? Like that, yeah. So I'd give it 2.
Absolutely.
You know, yeah.
Well, okay, I just I don't understand like Dave's logic here. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like what didn't they do?
That assumes Dave has logic.
Yeah, like they did table spots. That's why we're doing this, guys. We never do this. We don't care about Dave's stars. We're just doing it because it was the biggest WrestleMania of all time. So we have to. So it's just like, how did Dave perceive it, right? This is part of our studies. All right, guys. So, yeah, dude. So, exactly. It's like, okay, so was the nostalgia not there? Snoop was on commentary. You had literal star power. You had fucking the nostalgia in Philly, WrestleMania. Was the work the best? Was it the best kicks and shit? Like, is that what you're judging it on? I don't know. I'd give it like 2.5. But like, yeah, the table botch, I think, would bring it to just like 2 for me, because that was like, they had it right there and they lost it a bit. But then they built it back up. They had a good save. But yeah, I'd give it, I don't know. I just don't know why he's saying these are like the worst matches ever. And like this one here was kind of like, what the fuck? But and like a 2 for this one, I don't know. I feel like it got everyone really over, and that's the point of wrestling. Anyways, so we go down to LA Knight versus AJ Styles, a 3.5. You know, I might agree. I'm going to agree with Dave on that one. I'd give it a 3 or a 3.5. What Paul Nolan, your thoughts on
4.
A 4? Okay.
I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great match, and you know, both guys come out of it looking good. I think it's one of the reasons why we're getting the rematch next week, because I think there's a lot more for these guys to give. They're great together. I think they've got great chemistry.
That's a good call. Hairline, your thoughts on the star rating here? What would you rate at LA Knight AJ Styles? I thought it had great build, but yeah, your thoughts.
Like 2.75.
Whoa! Hairline's
like
going hard. Hairline's fucking. This is. I'm telling you, and he's the biggest
hold on,
WWE mark. Go ahead.
hold on, you guys. Is it like hard though? Because like, listen, man, if Steamboat and Ric Flair are a 4-star, you know what I'm saying?
According to
Like,
Dave, what would you give
right.
Steamboat Ric Flair? To me, that's like a 5-star. That's like a 4.5, 5-star type shit. You know, which of
Yeah.
their matches? They had so many classics. You know, it's like which one is that good? So, yeah,
Definitely a 4.5 in my book for sure.
so you give LA Knight AJ Styles a fucking 2.75.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like, because like this isn't it, you know? This
Yep.
was just filler.
Logan Paul, Kevin Owens, and Randy Orton. Now, I didn't like this was a triple threat. I just thought it should have been Orton and Paul. And I'm sorry, KO. Like, I love you, Canada. And I'm glad he was in this match because it was way better than I thought it would be. That was one of my biggest takeaways from WrestleMania was this triple threat was even better than I thought it was going to be. So your guys' thoughts? 4.25, I think might be a little too much for me, though. I'm going to go 4.
Yeah.
4 or
I'd say
3.75.
Yeah, I'd say 4, if only for watching Randy Orton nearly come off the back of the golf cart on the way down the ramp.
Right. Yeah. Hairline, what about you? Is that a 4 for you? Is that a
Honestly, like probably 3.5.
Woo, man. Okay. Bailey versus Io Sky. He gave it a 4.5. I think that's generous. I'm going to go 4. When Io did that, there was a couple spots in that match where it was like, holy, like I don't know, man. Anyone who's hating on women's wrestling, and we're not white knighting here, folks. Trust me. We do not simp. We're not fucking cucks, okay? This women's wrestling debate, it's over. You just look at WWE's division. Now, there are gems all over. There's people like Toni Storm or Lady Frost or Athena who deserve way more fucking shine than they get. There's lots more I could name too. And there are some in WWE, some duds, like people shit on Maxine, or there's some duds where it's like, oh, this is a little, I get that too. What I'm telling you is look at NXT, look at their women's division and what they're doing, dude. Some of these ladies, Kiana James and shit, look at what they're doing. Lola Vice. These women, Bailey, Io Sky, are 2 of the best workers, I think, in the world, period. Man, women, doesn't matter. So, and if you can't, that's 2, you're being narrow-minded if you can't get down with that, at least to some degree, is what I'm saying, I feel like. But that's my opinion. Anyways, Bailey versus Io Sky, 4.5. I'll give it a 4. But that there was a couple spots that popped me where I thought it was done. So Io Sky went for the moonsault stomp a la fucking Japan. And Bailey went for that rose plant move, which I hate. I don't think that's a very good finisher. But Io Sky like reversed it where she handspringed out. That shit popped me like hard. That's like a moment. Like that's a replay in WrestleMania packages for fucking decades to come. So sorry. Anyways, your guys' thoughts, 4.5?
This is where Dave's logic is laid bare, because that is the closest you'll get to some sort of like Japanese style sort of Joshi match. And perfectly being honest, I think if this had gone on in the Tokyo Dome, Dave gives this 5.5 stars.
Yeah.
I think it was really good. I mean, the thing that stuck in my head throughout the whole match is, my God, Bailey absolutely sold her knee to perfection throughout the entire match and really just put on a clinic. And I'd give it 4 stars for that. They're amazing together. They really are. But like I said, that's the Meltzer bias coming out there.
In the Tokyo Dome. Hairline, your thoughts?
Honestly, man, a 3.5.
You're way too ruthless, bro.
I don't think that's too ruthless though. Like once again, like if Ricky the Steamboat Dragon versus Ric Flair's a 4, like a 3 isn't, you know what I'm saying? Like being right
I'm a
under
little
that.
more generous.
Ricky the Steamboat Dragon.
Dragon the Steamboat Ricky.
What were you saying, Paul? You're saying you were generous.
Yeah, I seem to be a bit more generous than Hairline when it comes to these things.
Me
You guys,
too.
I'm on my 7th beer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm shooting from the hip. I don't give a fuck. He's like, am I kayfabing right now? I don't even know. Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. He gave it a 4.75. Couldn't even shill it a 5. We had a bunch of people in our fucking comments being like, no, it's not the greatest WrestleMania of all time. Not even top 10. Man, shut the fuck up.
Right, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off. That was one of the greatest like main events. You could argue the whole event, but like it's just different. The WrestleManias and the Attitude Era aren't the same as they are in modern time. This was probably the most memorable match. Like, I will remember this match. Like, there's certain WrestleManias where you're like, oh yeah, it was 11 when, you're like, wait a minute, 14. That was, oh yeah, 17 was TLC. Like, you know what I mean? 18 was Rock Hogan. Like, this was like, this was WrestleMania 40. Was Cody Roman, Undertaker showed up, Cena showed up, the Bloodline. Like, you'll never forget this ever, ever, ever. And to me, the build was perfect. This is a perfect 5-star, what you want to achieve in a wrestling match. The work was solid. There was schmoz, but we all wanted the schmoz. Even you look at the IWC and they were all saying, we want the schmoz. We want the goofy, silly, all the afterbirth or whatever. We want all the silliness because they built it all up. It's decades of storytelling. To me, that's a perfect 5-star match. Like, if you could ever book one, at least in the realm of WWE. Now, if you want to go, oh, but their work and their spots and their selling and their or whatever. Some people go, oh, like Roman's cheesy at selling or whatever. I mean, everyone has their little nitpicks, but this to me was like the perfect. You couldn't have timed everything better. You couldn't have filmed everything. The production was so on point for everything.
Right.
Fucking Kevin Dunn, RIP. You know what I mean? You had the interferences. All the wrestlers were on point. Even when Jimmy and Jay brawled after their match from the night before, the fans still popped for like, okay, they're brawling and spear off the table. When the Shield showed up, you couldn't have booked it better except for if Stone Cold came out instead of The Undertaker, which we'll talk about in a minute. But to me, this is the perfect wrestling match. I would just give it 5 stars based off. This is like a match you could show like the last 30 years of wrestling fan and they would pop for and fucking it would make their head explode and shit. And everyone's on point. Like nothing was not on point. So I just blew it to death. I've done it a few times. Your guys' thoughts, was this a 4.75? Is that too generous or is that not enough?
No, it's a 5 for me. And this is the other part where Dave's bias comes into it because he is absolutely physically incapable of giving WWE 5 stars these days, or for a long time.
That's what I thought too, yeah.
The most famous part of it was Kurt Angle never got a 5-star match in his whole career when Moxley's got something like 27. Give me a fucking break. But yeah, this was fantastic. It was overbooked, but it was overbooked to absolute perfection. And even if it wasn't overbooked to absolute perfection, the in-ring was sensational. And honestly, I think what's going to happen now is, and I'm already seeing it and I'm already feeling it, that Roman is going to have an entirely new appreciation from people based on being able to see his 4-year reign in totality and even just the first week of this changeover and even last night on SmackDown. I am so beyond ready for a monster Roman Reigns babyface run. And it is going to absolutely blow the roof off places. It's going to be insane. And honestly, like that whole thing about what inning are we in? I think we're only in about the 5th inning overall.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that we're not even in like the 6th inning yet. We're at like the bottom of the 5th, top of the 6th. Like we're coming in. I was gonna say that too because it's. We're gonna talk about that in a minute here. All the Bloodline stuff. So Hairline, your thoughts on the main event? We know your thoughts on it. Me and you talked about it on the pod before, but like, do you agree with Dave, or is that the perfect 5-star match? You got to give it 5 stars.
It's really a 5-star match. And
thank you, Hairline. See, Hairline's the realist in the room. He'll tell you. Okay.
Back off what you said, man. It's like this WrestleMania is that. This WrestleMania, boom. It's like I'm always gonna remember 40 as when Cody finished the fucking story.
Yeah, dude. Unbelievable. So yeah, Dave, I guess that's a dummy moment of the week, but then Triple H, so because this has been a long segment here, Triple H, we have Yuri Prohaska and Rakic throwing the fuck down right now, rocking each other back and forth.
Bombs getting thrown.
Yeah, it's two light heavyweights as well. So sorry if I seem distracted, certainly. My woman, man, she made me some fucking tremendous Asian food, man. I'm going to start taking pictures of like what I eat and posting it every day because I honestly eat such phenomenal. I always said like she could go on one of those master chef shows and like do okay. She wouldn't win. I wouldn't be like, oh, she could win, but she could like hold her own flavor wise, like 100%, you know, like
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I fucking stack it up. I've ate lots of places, lots of really good places. And I'm telling you, man, she fucking home cooks like nobody's absolute business whatsoever. Anyways, so Triple H at the press conference. Well, let's talk about Stone Cold first, I guess. So because I brought it up a moment ago. Sorry, guys. Dave Meltzer says that it was a financial reason. I had brought up on the show before. Conrad Thompson said that Rock and Stone Cold sort of have a professional rivalry a little bit. But Meltzer's claiming that it was supposed to be Stone Cold who came in. Here's what he says. Undertaker's gong hit and he chokeslammed and took out Rock. Austin was the person originally earmarked for the spot, but in the end, they couldn't reach a financial agreement and Undertaker was put in his place. I'm inclined to believe that a bit, but do you think it was financial? Conrad Thompson alluded to a professional sort of rivalry between Rock and Austin. What do you guys think?
Austin was on his rant playing with his cat.
Right, but it should have been Austin,
seriously.
right? It should have been the glass shattered, like they were on the truck. And
the thing is with Austin is that he's incredibly protective of the character of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he doesn't do anything unless he believes that even at his stage of life and in the life cycle of the character of Stone Cold, it's going to add to the legend. And
right.
You know, for me, like I think it would. But I've got to say, I actually think in hindsight, there is more of a storyline reason for Undertaker to be that guy because he'd warred with the Anoa'i family for a number of years, whether it was Rock or Rikishi or, you know, Roman. He lost to Roman at WrestleMania. So
right.
there was more of a kayfabe in universe reason for it to be the Undertaker. Don't get me wrong, the Stone Cold pop possibly could have been even bigger. And
dude, when the gong hit, everyone melted though. Like it didn't matter. Yeah,
exactly. You're splitting hairs in terms of what the reaction is going to be.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like trying to pick who your favorite child is. Do you know what I mean? But you know, Steve's always got his reasons, and I tend to trust his instincts on stuff like this. So if he decided that it wasn't the right thing for him, that he didn't want to do a 20-second cameo, or because you don't know what's coming down the line. You don't know whether or not they might do a Rock Austin in Saudi Arabia or something like that. So he might be saving himself for something down the line that'll really get tongues wagging because, you know, he's advanced in years. He's definitely in amazing shape. You know, he could be back in against Owens when I look like he had making missed step the spine line. You know, like everyone loses in gear as they get older. But honestly, like, you know, I can't see it being financial or anything other than Steve took a look at it, looked at the offer and thought, close but not quite. I'll just stay on the ranch and play with me pussy.
Hairline, your thoughts, dude. Are you're okay with it being the Undertaker, but like it was supposed to be Austin according to Dave? Money, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, man, I'm absolutely happy that it was the Undertaker. I thought it was the right call. I think he did great. It popped the shit out of me, popped the shit out of the arena. And then with this whole Stone Cold thing, man, like it's just like I'm just disappointed to hear like he's politicking like that and like gonna do what's right for fucking business and like help Cody have this like make Cody like enhance Cody's moment. You know what I'm saying? And then lastly, Conrad is just like the second biggest mark on fucking earth with
Oh my god, dude. Dude, and guys, Yuri Prohaska's beating the dog piss out of
he's just finished him.
Alexander
He's just finished
Rakic.
him.
He just threw him on his head, tossed him around. They were brawling back and forth. You know, Yuri Prohaska always has this fighting style where he gets like he's just like getting cracked in the face, eating big shots, and then pulls out a win.
Love him.
Doesn't even make sense. It's quite crazy actually, but that was phenomenal too. So then Dave Meltzer goes on to talk about Brock Lesnar. And this is hilarious because Triple H said it in the press conference. He's like, Brock Lesnar's not gone from WWE. Brock Lesnar's Brock Lesnar. He's out playing on a ranch. He'll be back when he wants to be back. And then Wrestling Observer's got the scoop. We'd been told a few weeks ago that it was one of those deals unlike McMahon and Laurinaitis, who are likely never coming back, and that at some point he'd be back. We were also told at that time it wasn't going to be that soon, and it was nothing in the immediate plans. So after Triple H said it's nothing sooner in the immediate plans, they say a few weeks ago we were told that they were told this. Then why didn't you report it a few weeks ago, Dave? You fucking asshole. What do you guys make of that? Brock Lesnar not being so swiftly deleted, even though they tried to delete him from the game, but we all know that video game people are fucking activist whiny bitches. And so, but he's deleted from the game, and but they're like, nah, he'll be back to WWE. And then Dave's got the scoop and says, oh yeah, weeks ago we had the scoop. And I'll just say what Triple H said. Paul, your thoughts? You look disgusted. So
I just don't even know where to begin with this now, because he's clearly just picking bits up from either Twitter or stuff that he's watching after he, actually makes sure that it's not 10 years out of date after what happened a few months ago. And just putting, well, according to my sources, the man's a fucking grifter. Just the way
it's a grift now. At this point, it's a grift. It didn't used to be.
Everyone
now
else is.
Yeah.
It's the grift that keeps on giving. And if you give mugs like these money, then the joke is on you.
He didn't used to be a grift. Now he is.
Yeah.
Now he's a fucking grift. It's a full grift. Yeah, hairline.
He's an absolute fucking joke, man. It's just like, so you're telling, like, who's he trying to like impress here? Because it's all like, what do you mean? Like, you're a news site that had some fucking breaking news weeks ago, but you didn't report it? What? Huh?
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
It's so fucking stupid. Oh, that's so fucking stupid. So he goes on to talk about The Rock's next WWE match. So you guys saw on Raw, The Rock comes out. He says, I'll be back. And he's holding the people's belt. He touched the universal belt. He says, doesn't matter if it's for the belt or not, Cody. When I come back, I'm coming for you. He handed Cody something. We don't know what this thing is. It's building up. We're going to find out, or wherever they're going with it. But either way, so Dave sees this segment on Raw and goes, from what we're told, this is very much a long-term thing. There's no planned date for Rock to return for a match, but it's been talked about next year's Mania. Like, Dave, he's just so, it's like, no, dude. Yes, Mania, but also, like, trust me, he's going to be involved in WWE way more. He's going to be gone for, like, probably, he's going to be gone for a while when he has to film this movie. Then he's going to come back. Then he's going to promote the movie and go away for a while. Then he's going to be back. Yeah, Mania. But don't be surprised if he has a match after he films this fucking movie or something like that either, you know? When they go to Netflix in January, he's going to be all over that. Every Raw, like he was on the build-up to this Mania. But anyways, he wanted to come back and work with Reigns. But obviously, based on everything that went down, the singles match with Rhodes is the bigger match right now. That's why he has this people's belt. They can usurp, they can steal a main event for. We're gonna get like Cody we're gonna get this belt on the line, guys, right? Like, this isn't just a coincidence. This is gonna be fought over. It's gonna be merged with the WWE. Roman and Rock are gonna fight for this belt so they can main event night 1 next year, and then Cody can defend that belt on night 2 or whatever they got to do. This belt's in there for a reason, okay? So Dave, again, he just seems very like old manish, like you're out of touch. He says Cornette's out of touch. You're out of touch, Dave. I really feel that way. Anyways, as things stand right now, he may work a match later this year, but that is not a lock. He would prefer to work with Rhodes in the main event of next year's Mania. As we've seen, he is generally going to get what he wants. Okay. He would seem to lock Rhodes in for at least 1 year title reign. We are told that isn't a lock, but Johnson would prefer it. I think Dave's talking 100% out of his asshole here. If Cody has the belt for a year, do you guys think he'll reign until next year's Mania and fight The Rock for the belt? I could see it, but I told you guys this. The fans are already getting fickle. They're like, hey, I need Cody not to whine in his promos and cry. They're already saying it. And also, we just had a huge, long reign. So it might serve business best to maybe not have as long of a reign, maybe a couple shorter ones, but it doesn't mean he couldn't hold it for a year. Your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for me, where I think this is going is that Rock is back by SummerSlam. And I think you actually get possibly Rock Cody at SummerSlam. And then, I'm talking like, let's talk about the optimal, like, nothing in the way schedule for The Rock. Then you get, personally, I think we're building up towards Bloodline faction war at Survivor Series War Games. And I think you're going to get then the split between the Rock faction, the Roman faction, and then you can do the build towards Rock Roman at 41. So, for me, I kind of agree with you. I'm in two minds about Cody in terms of what his reign needs to be. Part of me thinks that he needs to have a long reign in order to legitimize him as a champion with a lot of defenses against really top level guys. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being AJ Styles at Backlash because, it's, if you look at how Roman built his reign, his resume of who he beat was impeccable. There was no empty title defenses on there. Maybe Logan Paul, but that was still a good match, or LA Knight, and that was still a great little kind of side feud, if you know what I mean. Yeah. But, for me, on the other hand, I can see where you're coming from, Phil, where it could be more exciting to have a couple of chops and changes in there because we haven't had that in over 4 years. And, if you look at it as the overall totality of the product, I actually think we're heading in a direction where I think Rhea Ripley is on her way to being like the women's version of Roman, where I think she's going to get an uber long title reign. And, if you look at it again across the whole totality of the product, it might be that the WWE Championship on the men's side might cycle a little bit to kind of like get something a bit more interesting and a bit more juicy going.
She should too. She should get that monster reign push you're talking about. Let me just look here, guys. There's been over 200 of y'all watching this whole time. We're at 172 likes. Get us to 200, and I won't even bring it up again. But there's been like anywhere from 250 to 300 to 210. You guys need to get it up to 200 likes, and I would kiss you all personally. Speaking of the splitting of the bloodline, Tama Tonga debuts on SmackDown, calls AEW a mid-card company, and orders of the tribal chief, man. He's in there. Solo grabs the phone. He throws it. He stomps on it. He smashes it. Fuck Roman Reigns is almost kind of what he's saying. Who's the tribal chief? I don't know. Solo Roman. We called it months and months and months ago on the show. Yeah. We're going to get, I told y'all. So it's going to be Solo versus Roman Solo's going to try and usurp Roman one day because he's the Umaga. He's the monster heel guy. And he's going to be like spiking Roman and shit. And you know what I mean? And he's going to be the big bully guy and Roman's going to get him over. So, Tama Tonga's in there. Hopefully Tonga Loa, now I have it under good authority. I'll say that, regurgitating the words that I was told. by someone who I'll just say is very legit. You guys can just say I'm a dummy. This is allegedly. We're not a dirt sheet here. But so Jacob's going to show up real quick, actually. And Tongaloa, although even I'm marking out and want to see Tongaloa, he's under contract and will be for like a bit yet. So he could still show up. And maybe some sort of deal. I wouldn't put past WWE to buy a contract out, but I also don't see them doing that. They don't have the need to do that at this point. They could really, they even have Sami Zayn as like an honorary Bloodline Uso member. So, but yeah, Tongaloa though is like, if they could have him here, it would be ideal, right? And it could happen. But Zilla, Fatu, NXT, Jacob will show up next, and then Tongaloa potentially down the line whenever his deal's up. That's what I have heard. That's what's been told to me under good authority. I will say I wouldn't even say it if I didn't think it was legit. Your thoughts, Paul Nolan, on what I just said?
Yeah, I thought Tama Tonga looked amazing last night. I thought it was a lovely surprise. Obviously, with the news of Jacob Fatu being signed, I think everybody was expecting it to be him. But the fact that they kept that card close to the vest and then executed on Tama Tonga so well, and just in the context of the storyline, like you've got to watch a lot of like old school gangster movies to understand the arc here. Like basically Solo is the young pretender who's jumped the line. And if you want a televisual reference, it's kind of like we're going from Avon Barksdale to Marlo Stanfield here. We're going to, the end of one era into another, but someone jumped the line. And, that's going to be the basis for this storyline of Roman coming back, putting the band back together. And can you imagine the pop when a babyface Roman Reigns puts OG Bloodline back together and Sami Zayn involved as well? It's going to be Roman, Jimmy, Jay, Sami. It's going to be against the new Bloodline, which is going to be obviously
War Games
Solo,
Survivor Series.
Exactly. Solo, Tama Tonga, Jacob, possibly Zilla, whoever
I
else.
think they do Zilla. So what I'm hearing is Zilla's got to do NXT, but I'm sitting there going, I don't think so. I think they'll fucking just fast track him, because just let him do some of those like NXT live events or whatever to like they did with Braun Strowman, because
if you think about the press event in Vegas,
or they're gonna get Tongaloa. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but like there's gonna be, because there's a person, because you're right, Sammy has to get involved. He has to. And then you have to think though, because Zilla, I just don't think's ready. Like I've watched his work, like I've like as much as there is available online. Like you see clippets and snippets. If you go on YouTube, you can find like a match or two, and it's not like the best quality or anything, but you can like he's working, but it's like he's not quite there. I think like NXT would serve him well, and but like I don't know. I would love if Tongaloa came in. I think that would just put it over the top. But I'm not sure it's going to happen. I'm just hearing he's a while left on his contract. So, but yeah, Bloodline Civil War, you could fit The Rock in there as well if you're talking about an open slot. Sammy's got to get involved. I love it. I think this is, and people are like, well, Solo's lost, and he lost all these matches that. Exactly. That's the story. And he said to Jimmy, he's like, we losing? Whatever. Then he spikes Jimmy a bunch of times. And then it's like, but he's been losing. We're creating like a sociopath, if you will. We're creating a villain here. We're creating a guy who's like, fucking, I've been losing. I'm tired of losing. These guys don't lose. This is our other cousins and shit. Like they don't fucking lose. They tired of losing too, or whatever. Like, guys, that's what it's building to. So sorry, Paul Nolan, you go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So with the Solo thing, Roman did anoint him the successor.
Yes, he already did.
There's an amazing video package that I saw earlier today where Roman had the the lei, the red sort of tribal chief necklace. He had it in his hands backstage. And there was this amazing very silent, incredibly tense moment where Roman looks over at Solo, and Solo is not even looking at him. He's just looking at that item that denotes who the tribal chief is. And Roman looks at him. Solo looks back at him. Roman looks away with this look of almost like vague paranoia on his face. And it's that they've been planting the seeds for this for a
Yes,
long time. And actually, just while we're talking about seed planting, did you see this week, Phil, just going back to Cody for a second and that a promo with The Rock on Monday?
Mhm.
Did you see the callback to that where everyone was going, that's really awkward. Like, why is Rock like asking to look at the belt and stuff? But because Cody actually did the same thing about 12 years ago. Like, he stormed down the ramp and he actually said, I want to get a good look at this championship belt that's going to be mine one day.
Yeah.
And they were actually calling back to that moment. And it's like,
Wow.
they've got someone out the back burrowing through footage and going, right, what can we call back to? How can we add depth? How can we add layers? How can we add complexity to the lore? And it's a beautiful thing. It really is. Like, how they've added so much depth to WWE storytelling in the last few years is just amazing. Love it.
Yeah, me too, man. And that's really cool that you pointed that out. And more people need to pay attention to that, because this bloodline, just like the bloodline runs deep, the stories run deep, daddy. That's how it goes. Will Chisholm for $5 says, if you know Triple H booking, he don't like to blow off his big matches. I think he is saving Rhea versus Bianca at Mania 41, streak versus title. Yeah, you're probably spot on. But what do you think about Jade then? Will Chisholm, you tell us, and I'm going to ask Paul Nolan. So, not to divert off. So, okay, first off, Paul Nolan, do you agree with Will Chisholm, or do you agree with him? And also, what do you think about what they're doing with Jade Cargill then? Because obviously she's going to be a big beast. Is she the one that dethrones Ripley, or is she the one that, she gets the WWE women's title? Like, obviously I think they're going to strap her up sooner than later. I don't know. Your thoughts.
Yeah, I think the next few weeks are going to be very informative, because the way that I like to think about it is that WrestleMania is like the season finale. Right,
Yep,
if you look at
that's
it
what
like
it
TV
is.
and stuff, yeah. So what we're actually in now, like this month after WrestleMania, between Mania, Backlash, and the draft, it's like the epilogue. Do you know what I mean? It's like we're at the end of, I don't know, Return of the King, basically. So everything that happens here is not filler, but it's we're dealing with the consequences of the fallout of the season finale before we move on to the true beginning of the new season, which is post-draft. So where Jade's concerned, I mean, she's obviously still quite green. They're doing the right thing, putting her in a tag team with Bianca, because those two just look like $1 billion together. And I think eventually you will get that be a breakdown. You'll get a feud. It'll be epic. It'll make all sorts of money. But I think it'll only happen once Jade is a little sharper in ring. Maybe Bianca can carry her through a match, but obviously you don't want a passenger. Ultimately, I agree with what Will's saying, because he doesn't blow off big matches. If he did blow off big matches, Cody would have won the belt a year ago when I was there.
Yeah, when everyone was crying about it initially, the initial Cody crybabies. Yeah.
No, and even if we go further back for a second, do you remember everyone saying, "Oh, it should be Sammy in Montreal"? Can you imagine if they'd have done Sammy in Montreal? As much as I love Sammy, like, can you imagine? Like, because the moment that we got last weekend would never have happened. Like, come on, it's like you have to think again more long term. And Triple H and the guys who are writing at the moment are just the kings of long term booking, long term storytelling, epic payoffs, and they're doing it now. Like, just even little things like the mystery that's going on about who took out Dragon Lee. There's that little bit of an Easter egg kind of element, a whodunit kind of element that's seeping into even B level storylines. They're going to start doing it in the women's division. You know, they're just slowly but surely cranking all of this out. And it's just making the product absolutely must-watch television every week.
Yeah, dude. I can't miss any of it. And no, you fucking nailed it, dude. And thank you. Thank you for that. So what else? I got more WWE stuff, man. Let's get into it. So Wavy Davy. Wavy Davy's still on 1 or 2 there, Paul Nolan, much like myself tonight. So he says in an absolute this is Wrestling Observer, pardon me. In an absolute, so sorry, I'm watching UFC 300 as well. The pay-per-view's kicking off now. So that it's crazy, all the fights we saw tonight, right, Paul Nolan? And it's not even the pay-per-view yet.
Prelims.
So phenomenal, man. I was a little underwhelmed for UFC 300, but so far, man, it has fucking delivered. In this main event, they're juicing it up for me, man. I'm ready. 2 guys who like to bang. What did Kenny Omega call it? Hang and bang? Sometimes you just gotta
hanging and banging.
You gotta hanging and banging. So we're gonna be hanging and banging tonight. So at Wrestle Talk TV, in an absolute crazy bit of trivia, McIntyre has now won 5 world titles, and nobody has ever bought a ticket to see him defend a world title. This is crazy. When he was champion in TNA twice, in 2016 and early 2017, they only ran at Universal Orlando, which were free shows. His previous 2 title reigns were during the pandemic, so there was no paid admission. And then at Mania, he won the title before the largest gate in history. So the Wrestling Observer acknowledges this is the largest gate in history. What, Tony Khan? What do you? And then he lost it before making a defense before a paid crowd. What an absolutely insane bit of trivia, dude.
Wild.
Fucking Drew, man.
That'll come up in a storyline that, you know, I think Punk will probably use that to throw it in his face again.
How's he going to twist it to throw it in his face? I don't know, but Punk always figures out a way. Just ask Jack Perry. So here's some news from... So I don't know. I guess I'll play the flute, even though that segment was like 2 hours long, guys. Clips, what's up? Clip Show, what's up? So Wrestle Purists are talking this is a PW Insider via Wrestle Purists, or vice versa, whatever. WWE will be pulling back from much of the augmented reality content they use weekly on Raw and SmackDown. The plan is for that content to remain on occasion like pay-per-view events, but will not be as much of a hallmark on WWE weekly programming. I'm happy about this. Makes it too kiddish and cartoony. WrestleMania, it's cool, like they do it at the Super Bowl, but can't be doing fucking
I'm
like
loving the production changes. I'm loving the production changes across the board. The smaller sets so they can fit more fans in, which again is down to mostly demand for tickets, because what are they on now? 18 straight TVs that they've been sold out. Biggest WrestleMania gate in history. And I just like the fact that they're rolling it back just enough to make it feel like a pro wrestling promotion again. You know, where all this goofy AR stuff, like I was never really into it, to be honest with you. And, you know, I'm glad it's being scaled back. I don't mind it on occasion, but just always looked a bit meh to me, to be honest, and it never really added anything.
Yeah. So at wrestling_VI, what is that? That is 6. Yeah. At Mr. Wrestling number 6 says, I'm right on that, right?
I'm laughing at this already.
Yeah. So here we go. Patty Meltzer, John JID's popping me here. $5. Patty Meltzer can't stop taking L's. More people need to know about Zilla. He's really focused on family. His mom's the GOAT. His YouTube channel is awesome. I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel. So everybody, courtesy of John JID 999, go and check out Zilla Fatu's YouTube channel, please and thank you. Everybody go and check that out. And support him and his mother and their family. The bloodline, always, just like mommy, always on top for me. So, and thank you so much, John JID, for the $5. We got to give you an air horn. And what we also got to do, though, is get into this right here, because I've been wanting to get to this. Chris Pratt with Theo Von and Jocko Willings. What the fuck? Mark Zuckerberg's here. Yeah, it's the biggest UFC. No, but think about TK. Well, this is topical before we get into this. TKO and Endeavor, right? BJ Penn's in the crowd. TKO and Endeavor, right? And WWE and UFC. The biggest WrestleMania of all time, the biggest UFC of all time, like back to back. Pardon me, a couple weekends apart. Paul Nolan, your thoughts?
TKO starting to really bust it out on a number of different levels now, and it's starting to get really interesting. They're doing really well. I mean, I can't wait to see what this is going to look like, because they're doing it in the Sphere tonight, right?
Yeah. Are they in the fucking Sphere?
I don't in the T-Mobile, because I did read somewhere that they were contemplating putting a show on in the Sphere.
I'll look it up right now, Paul Nolan. That's what computers are for. Paul Nolan, can I tell you something I heard?
Tell me.
That I'm sorry, let me just Google this really quick. Here we go. That Endeavor offered, there was an offer to purchase AEW at some point, like in the last. Would that surprise you at all? If that was real, I don't know if I believe it. I don't know if I believe this is what I heard, but that they actually like there was like a we'll buy this like when they were doing.
I could believe it because, you know, conversations like that happen on an informal level all the time, right?
All the time, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
But for me, I think what gives it more credibility is what I've been seeing recently. Is obviously, you know, you had Shayna and a load of other WWE talent at the GCW Bloodsport show WrestleMania week. You have everything going on with TNA at the moment. And apparently Nick Khan is looking to expand cooperation with other wrestling promotions. That's not going to include AEW. So for me, I think it's part of a very smart business tactic where you effectively isolate and completely just run AEW into a corner on its own, because everybody else is a WWE partner.
And that's what I believe. That's what I believe in, and I think you're spot on with that, because that's what AEW. That's what UFC. So to bring it to the MMA Mark fandom, it's topical. We're watching UFC 300, which by the way is from the T-Mobile Arena, actually. So it is T-Mobile, not the Sphere. But I think you're spot on there because that's what UFC's done with Bellator and these other companies. Even when they shared space on ESPN with PFL. There was Endeavor was gonna looking to acquire Bellator. They were gonna buy it when Bellator went up for sale, and Dana White was the one who was like, "What's the point? Like, so we absorb all these contracts and like what? You know, what is So I don't know. Dana's connected to all this. He's on the board and all this shit. You know, so they're all talking, right? Even when it comes to. I gotta think, even when it comes to like WWE operations and UFC operations, they're all working. There's synergy between all these things here, or they wouldn't have merged. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think you were spot on about that. But Mr. Wrestling 6 says these WWE contracts are up this year. Do you see any of them signing with AEW? I just wanted to talk about this. So Wade Barrett, do you see Wade Barrett leaving WWE right now when he's doing the best work of his career, arguably, to go to AEW?
I've got some bad news for you. I'm going to Dynamite.
Oh my God. We're replacing Nigel McGuinness. He didn't agree with my no leadership. Sami Zayn, do you think we see El Generico in AEW?
Oh God. The next Seth.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Where's he going? He's about to headline Backlash in Paris next to Cody Rhodes.
Dude, the one that gets me is Pat McAfee.
Yeah. So Seth Rollins, do you think we see Tyler Black in AEW confirmed? Ricochet. Maybe I could see him maybe one day, but I just don't think him and Samantha Irvin, they're just I don't see any of these. Randy Orton. What? Pat McAfee. What the fuck? Xavier Woods, Kofi Kingston, Big E. Yeah, the New Day. They're all gonna leave and become the old day. Yesterday in AEW. Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins. Yeah, I'm sure they just put all that money into that reality show. Here's the thing, guys. WWE's not AEW. In AEW, they made a fucking reality show about the roads so that they could leave and go back to WWE.
I'm just starting to think about like alternative names. It's like, instead of the Street Profits, they'd have to call themselves like Road Revenue or something like that.
Yeah, the Road Revenue. Yeah, dude. Oh my god, that's funny.
Gospel Freaks are All Elite, for the New Day.
Yeah. Drew McIntyre. Everyone's been saying that. Drew Galloway. Yeah, he's in the biggest money match you're about to see at SummerSlam fucking almost ever in the history of the business against CM Punk for no title. And he's leaving because he's not the champ all the time. And Drew's a mark and doesn't get the bigger picture. You fucking idiots. Drew's not going anywhere, bro. He's locked in. Like, jeepers.
Sheamus was literally advertised for Raw on Monday.
Yeah, he's coming back. Becky Lynch is a lifer. Said it's Ariel Helwani. Alexa Bliss is a lifer. What are you talking about? Jesus. AJ Styles. I could see him retiring from WWE at like a Mania and then doing a one-off in Japan or for AEW. I could see that. What about you? What say you? He retires in WWE and then does like one more match in fucking New Japan or AEW or something.
I could see him doing Japan or even like a TNA show, just for old times.
Yeah, I could absolutely see him doing that. Kevin Owens, I just think he's locked into WWE forever. I think he had that choice back when AEW became a thing. The Bucks would have brought him in for life, and I just think it's his son. His son's like all grown up now, and his son is a John Cena fan. He's not a Young Buck fan. You know what I mean?
This last one is the best, actually. I think it's better than Pat McAfee.
Jinder
After all the shit.
After all the shit.
Hulk and fucking Tony. And now they're like, do you think he'll sign for AEW?
Man, that shit is hilarious. So the last thing I have in Phil Marks, bookmarks, or do you want to talk about World War III? Do you want?
I really don't want to talk about World War III, Phil.
Me neither, dude. But oh my god, Bo Nichols about to fight. So just Zelina Vega basically got accused by artists and multiple artists and different people of like stealing shit for stuff. And then everyone's posting receipts, and I don't really. There's too much here. I don't really even want to read all this text back and forth, but. Basically, Zelina Vega had to come out and say, she came back to Twitter to say, I do not want any hate sent to any of these people or situations that I'm about to clear up. If you're a fan of mine, please don't. This isn't meant to be Twitter fun, but I do have the right to defend myself. And this is because multiple people are accusing her of like stealing art and shit. So like, I don't know. I dug into it a little bit. I'm not like condemning her, but she goes, excuse the slow responses as it is a travel day. None of my other gear makers have ever had an issue with me. And if they did, we handled it in person. So she says, my intent, despite being highly upset at what trolls blew this up to be, is to get to a place where everyone feels okay about things. As I thought that is where my team and her got to. Sorry, it's a weird sentence. Once it left my hands, I was moving, working, and dealing with a sick family member. I left it in their hands, and it seems to be settled. Starting with Sangre Bomb, so whoever that is, this person that I bookmarked all their tweets, they dropped a bunch of DMs. Screenshot this and read them if you want. I can't read all of these DMs to people. But Mecca is a lot more involved, and I'm going to be recording a video. Not that you can tag a person that blocked you on IG anyways. I asked, would you be interested? Do you want compensation? They said no. I still offered everything. So basically, she reached out to people, said, hey, can we use your art? I flipped through some of these, and there is talk like, hey, we'll get a contract. hey, we'll compensate you. No, I don't need, like, you read it, it's like, I don't really care about payment. This was such an awesome opportunity. I'd love to give you something though, she says back. Like, I'd love to pay you though. No, it was. So it's just a case of like, okay, Paul Nolan probably knows this, me too. I've been a young and starving up and coming artist, a starving artist as they call us, and you sometimes don't realize what you're getting yourself into. You don't realize how you could have monetized something that you could have monetized. You don't negotiate the best deal. Paul Nolan in music, it is slutty, bro.
Oh, yeah.
To use
Yeah,
you
totally.
music is the sluttiest industry there probably is. So it's we both know that personally. So it's just artists who are low, not knowing what they're getting into. So if I was a wrestler, I would just suggest, let's say I'm Zelina Vega moving forward, I would just, no matter what, pay people, just always offer an upfront payment, always offer something in writing, even though it's a text of them going, oh, this isn't blah, blah, blah. Just always make sure it's in place so that none of this type of shit happens. You can't allow this to happen at that level. But other people point out there's multiple people accusing her of similar shit. So maybe it's Zelina being sloppy. I'd have to dig into it deeper. Paul Nolan, your thoughts?
I think it's a really good parallel that you've drawn there between this type of thing and music. And like you say, being young creatives, it's very difficult, especially in this day and age, because you do get that whole thing of like, well, there's no budget, but you'll get paid in exposure. And I don't know about you,
Yeah, I've
Phil,
had
I've never
that
paid my
personally.
credit card bill with exposure.
No,
ever.
no. I had that. I would work for beer tickets before when I was young, dude. I used to do whatever. I'm not going to pull the curtain back, but I did whatever. And we would work for beer tickets, bro. Like, it fucking just gross. Like, like looking back, you're like, God damn, that is what,
No,
but you
exactly,
gotta do it though, especially at the start. You gotta do that. So
Yeah.
it might have been smarter for this artist actually to let her shit get out and let Zelina plug
No,
her.
absolutely.
But
No,
who
absolutely.
knows? The internet gets too triggered, is my overall feeling of all this. Like, why are we even getting mad about this? Everyone chills. Zelina will handle it, and she did offer money. I just feel like it's more on the artist who didn't know what they were getting into, and that might seem cold, but I'm speaking from experience because I've done deals that I didn't know I was getting into. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, so you're right, and even at my stage, like I'm at a more advanced stage of my career. I worked on a massive project about 7, 8, or 9 years ago. It's one of the biggest projects in my career, and I still didn't ask for everything that I was really entitled to.
You never
because
do.
it comes down to a perception of self-worth, right? And unfortunately, a quiet mouth never gets fed. So unless you actually ask for it, you don't get given it. On the other side, from Zelina's perspective, what I would say is it is very easy and it can be a very slippery slope if you don't have absolutely rock solid effective communication right from the beginning for these types of situations to occur. And especially at her stage of the game, all right, she may not be right at the top of the card, but she works for she's an on-screen talent for WWE. So she is a very high level individual. These things need to be clearly negotiated and signed off on, regardless of the experience or the creative on the other side. Up front, I don't do anything now without knowing what the publishing split is, whether or not I'm going to get an upfront payment as well, whether there's an advance, what's the situation regarding, licensing and everything else on the music side. So, I think it's a good lesson to both talent and also the creatives who get commissioned, that these things need to be absolutely on lockdown before you even, pick up a stitch, basically.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. And guys, and you actually, you know what? Marty McFlyer, who is a guest of the show, a good friend of the show, and he won 2 Grammys this year, and he's actually on the forefront. Like, he's out there. We talk about it behind the scenes all the time. He's really fighting for like writers and shit, like in his personal life. You know what I mean? He's really like, no, we need more respect. We need more fucking pay. We, like all of these sorts of things. And Yeah, man. I don't know. I definitely I don't want to read all these DMs. I feel gross kind of doing it. I bookmarked it all so I could kind of I did read some of them. I won't lie. I had to have at least know a little bit of what I'm
gives,
talking
yeah,
about.
exactly, Phil. It gives me a
Yeah.
similar vibe to, like, you know, when we were talking about the whole Drew Gulak Ronda thing the other
Right.
week. It's like we're peering behind the curtain a little bit too much here, and these things need to be handled in house. You know.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And yeah, I definitely think she should be. Everybody has a right to. I think she defended herself well. Like, as it was said once, like some of these, I also like I read some of the text, and basically the creators, like, they don't understand. Like, they kind of are flippy floppy because they've never done a deal. And Zelina's just straight up like, no, I can pay you. No, I can send a contract. No, I can do this. And you can tell they're like jovial and excited, even being connected with her. Like, oh, I'm gonna give some sort of art. Do some art for a wrestler. They don't understand what they're getting into. I've been there before, so I just have to. I'll defend her,
Yeah.
Zelina Vega, on that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, so Bo Nichols fighting Cody Brundage. We've been live for almost 4 hours now. We had a hairline fly through. We have Paul Nolan flying through. And yeah, Bo Nichols fighting Cody Brundage. It's going. Cody Brundage was kind of making fun of Bo Nichols, but I just want to thank you all for tuning in today, tonight, wherever you are in the world. I appreciate you so much. This was such a fun live show. Yeah, it's almost 4 hours, so I think we did a great one. I don't know if you guys are watching Collision or whatever. Let me know. Tag me in tweets. I'm going to try and catch up on it after UFC. But I want to thank Paul Nolan for being here. A round of applause. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Another smash hit of a live show. If you missed this one, we're gonna upload the replay over on the PWT podcast channel and Pro Wrestle Times on YouTube. And I don't know, Paul Nolan, I'm struggling. Do I make an RSS feed and fucking re-upload all the lives, or is that just a YouTube thing? I think it's just a YouTube thing. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out as we go. But yeah, man. Paul Nolan, what are you up to for the rest of this lovely evening?
Well, it's about 11:30 in the evening here in Argentina. So to be honest, I'm going to relax. I'm probably going to watch a little bit of UFC 300 because the weather is terrible here. Like, I feel like I'm back home in England, to be honest with you. It's that bad. It's like, why did I come here? So it's the type of thing where, like, people stay home when the weather's not good in Buenos Aires. So I'm just going to stay in. I'm going to chill. I think I've actually got to catch up on an episode of Shogun, which has been one of my favorite series this year. So
Shogun, that's a live action. That's like a samurai Shogun, obviously. Like FX. Is it FX?
It's on FX. Yeah. It's on Disney Plus in the UK, and it's been absolutely.
I'm a big comic book mark myself. I might have worked and dabbled in the space. Are you into like X-Men 97 and that sort of shit? Are you like
I haven't got to that yet, to be honest with you. I never really watched the animated. I never watched the original X-Men animated when I was a kid. I was more into the Batman animated series.
Oh, I love it. I just rewatched it all. Yeah, I'm a fucking mark.
Yeah, they put it all up on Netflix, which, you know, I've got 20 minutes where I'm not doing anything. I'll always just throw one of those on. So yeah, I'm hearing 97 is really good.
Yeah, I don't watch like a lot. I'm not sitting here like watching fucking Naruto all day, but like Dragon Ball Super, I kept up with that shit. Batman the anime, I saw all that. X-Men 97, okay, I'm gonna watch it. I don't really watch newer stuff. Invincible, I'm all caught up on that. That's just a great show, cartoon or not. I'm a big MCU mark, but like I haven't watched any of What If. You know what I mean? Bo Nickel just won via submission. So like What If season 2, I mean, I haven't watched any of that. So I don't know. We're getting into I mean, and MCU's just kind of falling off and shit, but we're getting into that sort of, what do you watch besides fucking fighting? Mostly I just watch fighting and pro wrestling. I got to be completely honest. That's all I really do watch. But when I do divert, I'll go to like that nerdy shit, that superhero shit, or that
Yeah, I'm very much a hard sci-fi geek. So
me too. Like
I absolutely smashed in 3-Body Problem on Netflix in 24 hours.
What is that? What is that about?
Fantastic. So yeah, it's actually it's a very famous Chinese set of science fiction books, and it's proper nerdy science fiction, and it's actually adapted by Benioff and Weiss, who did Game of Thrones.
Okay.
So this is their big thing that they're now moving on to, and it was absolutely sensational. It's
Okay.
kind of a hard thing to explain conceptually in terms of
Is
like what
it
it's about, but it concerns like an alien invasion.
Is it subtitles and all of that?
No, it's a Western adaptation of the original.
Okay.
Chinese book.
Because here's the thing with my girl. Me, like, do you like Squid Game? I love that shit. I love all of those Korean fucking shows on Netflix. I love all that. I watch all those. My girl's like, she's like, if I got to read subtitles or if it's English dubbed over there, she's like, I just can't do too much of it. That's her, man. That's her. That's not me. I'm like, I can watch whatever. I can, whatever. So, but she won't fucking do it. And so whenever I divert from wrestling or fighting, I'm watching shit with my girl. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, totally.
She's got to be on the same page. So what you just said, I'm gonna pitch it to her. We're gonna watch it because that sounds. She likes aliens, spook her out, and she likes spooky stuff. Aliens kind of creep her out. Real stuff. What creeps my girl out the most, because she can watch any horror movie that's about any slaughter, gore porn, any of that stuff. She can watch that, not even flinch. What gets her is like real life stuff, like aliens could be real, so it fucking trips her out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Three Body Problem has got, like, when you get to the actual reveal, it's one of the most, for me anyway, it was one of the most terrifying elements, like in terms of a threat to humanity that I've ever seen, because it was literally like, how do you beat that? Like it's absolutely unstoppable.
I'm watching that 100%.
Absolutely amazing. Like, and some of the best series I've seen in recent times. I'm a massive fan. I'm just currently waiting for the second season of Silo on Apple TV. Apple TV Plus, by the way, I think is the best streaming service at the moment.
Are you for real? People clown on it.
No, it's amazing. It's the best because they've got the highest concentration of high quality shows. They've got less content on there, but it's less content, but at higher quality.
Whereas like a Roku, they have a bunch of shit on there, but it's just low budget, nothing. Like WWE, they have cameras following everything. So they sold this next gen show to Roku because it's like, well, it cost us nothing, so we'll just take whatever you'll pretty much give it to us. It's on free, so we'll get these people over to a free audience.
Exactly.
But what you're saying is Apple TV will less shit, but we'll invest.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the best.
Yeah.
It's the best streaming service if you love really good science
So
fiction.
what do you recommend on Apple TV right now?
Oh, I mean, obvious ones like Ted Lasso is just absolutely fantastic.
Okay, yeah, but that one's done.
Yeah, Ted Lasso is amazing. Silo, like I say, Foundation.
What's Silo about?
Is also good. Silo stars Rebecca Ferguson, who plays Lady Jessica in the Dune movies, and she was also in Mission Impossible. She was Isla Faust, Tom Cruise's love interest. And basically, what it's about is it's based on a series of books. So it's an adaptation, and it's basically like the last 100,000 or last 10,000 people on Earth living in a underground silo. You know what a silo is? It's like a kind of a tower type thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Underground. So it goes down like 100 and odd like floors, like right into the earth. But it's been over 100 years since people started living in the silos. So nobody knows who built the silos, why they were built. All they know is that if they go outside, they die.
Wow.
And there's this whole mystery that starts to be unveiled over the course of the season, and there's fantastic actors in it. Like I say, Rebecca Ferguson, I'd watch her in anything. Chiwetel Ejiofor's in it. Rashida Jones, who's Quincy Jones's daughter, she's in it. Tim Robbins is in it, obviously, best known for Shawshank Redemption. Like, just amazing acting.
Tim Robbins, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, amazing. Like, it absolutely rocked my world when I watched it, and I'm very, very hard to impress. So yeah, if you love really good hardcore science fiction, For All Mankind, which is an amazing show as well, that's like a hypothetical situation where it's like, what would have happened if the Russians got to the moon first? And the space race kept going.
I like shit like that. I'm a big
really interesting.
Yeah, I like stuff like that. You know what? If I'm gonna plug a show, guys, go and watch. There's a show. It was on Stars, but it's called Heels. And
Oh
it's
yeah, that's
starring
the one Punk
Stephen
was in, right?
Amell. It's starring Stephen Amell. There's 2 seasons. Now, the reason I'm plugging it is because Netflix just bought the rights. And if it does well, this is what Netflix said. If it does well, I don't know, is this public? I don't know. I'm telling you guys right here. Netflix said if it does well, they'll give it a 3rd season. If it does
And
well,
I think they will off the back of
and
the WWE deal.
there you go, dude. And Steve, oh man, see? Oh, I didn't even think of that. Paul Nolan. Oh my God. I didn't even think of that. Man, because people will want to watch it because they're into wrestling content.
And what was a hit for them in the last year? Wrestlers about OVW, right?
Right. So Stephen Amell, it's called Heels. I'm going to plug it here. I'm not paid by them. I've talked about this show so much. Stephen Amell is he wrestled Cody Rhodes at like SummerSlam when Cody Rhodes was Stardust.
And he was good as well, Stephen Amell.
Yes, he was great. He was great. He's like a Pat McAfee. He really trained and stuff. And also Stephen Amell wrestled in AEW at All In as well. And Cody Rhodes, of course, famously started AEW. And Heels is a TV series. It's fucking, if you like titties, there's titties. If you like swearing, there's swearing. If you like wrestling, there's wrestling. If you're into hot Abby dudes, look at this guy. He's fucking oiled up. And it's about these 2 brothers, and they run a territory, the Duffy Wrestling League. And it stars Stephen Amell. And this guy right here, I forget his name. Like, his name's actually like Alexander Ludwig or some weird shit like that. And he, this guy's in actually a lot of movies and stuff. Actually, if you, I don't know, if you just watch, if you're a movie fan like me, you're like, you notice him in things. You're like, oh shit. And they're both tremendous in it. And their dad ran the territory and he deleted himself, right? Like early, and like they found him and they're like, what the fuck? And their dad was like this over wrestler, but he got passed over to the WWF and WCW. And they bring up WCW. They don't shy away. They're like talking about Turner and Vince and up north and Atlanta, and they have meetings at TBS in season 2, and they do, their territory gets blown up, and then there's this indie hardcore fed that starts like invading their turf and invading everywhere and signing up their guys, and they have like a battle of the brands or a battle of the fucking companies and all this stuff. And I just implore you guys, please, once it goes on Netflix, you can binge 2 full seasons. I'm telling you, the show's so fucking good, and there's so many good actors. CM Punk's in it. CM Punk. See, AJ Lee's in it, his wife. There's so many tremendous actors. They do this cool like Sting angle in season 2 where it's like Sting kind of. It's fucking dope. And the one brother plays a heel. The other brother goes heel in a shoot. Breaks a dude's leg, spoilers, all kinds of crazy drama. And just please watch this on Netflix, because if this works, Netflix said they will give a 3rd season, and I'm dying to see a 3rd season because this show's way too fucking good. And the only reason it didn't do good was because of the oversaturation in the streaming industry. Like, we know, we were just talking about it, right? There's oversaturation as far as like Roku, all of these different things, and I promote all of them. I'm happy because what it does is it gives more people jobs and more people who work in entertainment like myself or Paul Nolan more opportunities, for sure. But the bad side of that is like mediocrity. It's hard for the cream to rise to the top when mediocrity kind of flounders around the surface. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Paul Nolan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, I'm definitely going to check this out. This has been on my radar for a long time. But one of the things I would say is, like, if it does go on Netflix and people really enjoy it, never underestimate the power of fan campaigns, because one of my favorite shows, which, again, going back to hard science fiction, which is called The Expanse, had 3 seasons initially on the Sci-Fi Channel, and then it was cancelled. And the fan base essentially single-handedly rescued it, and it went to Amazon, and then seasons 4, 5, and 6 were made by Amazon, and it got to the point where they were flying planes over like fucking Jeff Bezos's house and shit. Do you know what I mean? And over like Amazon headquarters. And because Bezos was obviously doing the whole thing with his, his space company and stuff, he actually took a personal interest and ended up personally saying, do you know what, we're going to pick this up and we're going to do something with this because, you know, it fits with what we're doing with Amazon and the whole sort of space program that he's been doing as well. So, you know, if it does take off and people get good numbers, don't rely on it just getting good numbers on Amazon on Netflix, because they are known to cut things off in their prime. You know, the amount of seasons, the amount of shows they've cut off after 2 seasons is brutal, especially ones that I wanted to watch and see carry on. So yeah, I mean, if necessary, get involved, start petitions, start online campaigns, start hashtags, because the streaming services do take notice and they do pay attention to that stuff.
But they give they give some shows, like bullshit shows, way too many seasons too, where it's like you could have let another show give them that money. What is the first show? Total Problem? Is that
no, it's called 3 Body Problem.
3 Body Problem. Here, we're gonna look that up right now. 3 Body. Sorry, we're getting into like Netflix stuff. We're off of wrestling, guys, but we just want to hang out. I'm just chilling. So we're 3 Body Problem, like it's a TV series.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it right here. So let's
yeah, it's like half the cast of Game of Thrones are in it as well.
Half the cast of Game of Thrones. Okay, let me show this on the screen here. Just give me a second. Benoit. Someone says Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit. Have you ever played that? Oh, I'm showing the complete wrong fucking screen. Sorry, guys. Technical 3. Okay, here we go. 3 Body Problem. We got it here, folks. Right here.
That's
this
the
girl's
one.
cute. Here we go. Mario Kelly. Benedict Wong. Doesn't he play Wong in the MCU?
Wong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna peep it out, man. That shit looks dope. We're gonna definitely check it out. This is the first show, 3 Body Problem. From FROM is an amazing show. More people need to know about it. FROM or From. Can you elaborate? Does anyone know what that is? From TV series. Yeah, okay, comes up right away. It looks like some possessed dude. Oh, it's like these shows, like there's all these shows like You, Us, They, From, you know? So it's like, okay, one of those ones. Okay, thank you so much, John JD, for the $2. So yeah, Paul Nolan, you're just gonna be watching some shit. Right now we got Sarukian fighting Charles Oliveira. And I think the people are with Oliveira and against Sarukian. And we're gonna see how that plays out. So yeah, you're gonna chill out, watch some UFC, and just chill the fuck out. I'm gonna do the exact same thing, guys. We had so many of you tune into the live show. I appreciate you all so much for tuning in. PWT Live Show. Yeah, replay will be uploaded tomorrow in case you missed anything or want to go back. Members only. You can keep watching it. We're gonna do members only shows. I'm gonna start gaming a lot on here. You're gonna see us all over. It's just expanding, growing. Paul Nolan will be at Clash of the Castle. He's gonna give us a Paul Nolan reports from Clash of the Castle, boots on the ground in Scotland, correct?
Yes, indeed. I am on the pre-sale list for Clash of the Castle. I'm going to be back in the UK in time for that. So hopefully I'll get to go, and we're going to elaborate on the Paul Nolan reports concept. It's just not going to be me shit-faced on beers ranting on a text message. It's going
but it should be mostly that you on video on beer shit face ranting at a fucking on video.
Okay. Yeah,
that's all. We're gonna incorporate it all. You're gonna give us written. What? You're gonna give us video. What? You're gonna give us audio. What? You're gonna drink one beer. What? Yeah, for real.
So just do me a favor, Phil. Don't make me go to All In 2. Please don't.
Well,
don't.
I'm not gonna make you do that, but we're all meeting up for next year's WrestleMania 41. We all got to.
Yeah,
you hairline. We all got to fucking. We're just gonna meet.
How do you miss WrestleMania after the last couple of years? Especially
I know
last
it's
week,
just.
right?
I'm so sad I missed this one. You know, like I really could have probably taken.
We were
the time off
texting all my friends who were met there last year. We were all texting each other like Jordan Night 2, going, "We fucking went a year too early, didn't we?"
Sask Prophet, a new member. Thank you so much for becoming a member. LFG, let's fucking go. Yes, thank you so much, John JID. We have so many people in the chat, but we're about to go. We gotta go. Thank you so much for tuning in. Another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, I have been the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah, where's my fucking yeah? And he has been we got to come up with the paradigm, Paul. No, that's too, we're going to come up with one. The parable, Paul Nolan. The problematic.
Paradigm. That's quite cool, actually.
The paradigm, like Paul Nolan, dude.
It's like a whole epoch, a whole way of doing things, right?
Yeah, dude. And he's been here. We're going to give him a brush because your goddamn accent.
That's great. Yeah.
Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. We'll see you next time, and keep a lookout for Pro Wrestle Times podcast, just the normal show too, over on the other channel. Peace.